following the Supreme Court's ruling declaring Ghana's delegate system unconstitutional. In a 5-2 majority decision, the court ruled that political parties must, within 1 year, adopt measures that allow all members in good standing to vote in the selection of party leaders and parliamentary candidates. Despite the ruling, Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, Mustafa Bandi, and the NPP's Director of Communications, Richard Ahiaba, argue that allowing all party members to vote could significantly increase the cost of organizing internal elections. Take a listen.
Ideally, I think that widening the electoral college gives a wider participation of members. It also makes it impossible for some manipulations to happen. It's going to put pressure on political candidates, i.e. presidential and parliamentary, to ensure that they touch base with every single individual that matters, to be able to get a wider consensus. It's no longer going to be a smaller group of people where there's gatekeeping and all of that. So it will cure some problems, but it also comes with its own challenges. Who is going to fund the whole electoral process?
Just a once in a decade election is once every 4 years, and then you're going to do that in 276 constituencies. Even the state funding national elections struggles. How much more the political parties and.
You just heard that the voices of the Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, Mustafa Bandi, and NPP's Director for Communications, Richard Ahiaba. Meanwhile, some Ghanaians have been sharing their views on the landmark decision.
I think it will be good because when we all come together, we'll build the nation. But when we see that we are just separate, insulting each other, I think the nation cannot build.
You know, at the end of the day, it offers everyone a free chance and the opportunity to have their opinions, to have their wishes out there of who they want to be the party's leader.
For me, that's a very good initiative because I think it creates a platform for party members to elect the right people to be their flag bearers.
The Supreme Court has unanimously ruled that the Office of the Special Prosecutor has the constitutional authority to prosecute criminal cases. The court held that the OSP's prosecutorial powers do not violate Article 88 of the 1992 Constitution, which grants the Attorney General authority to initiate criminal proceedings on behalf of the Republic. The ruling ends a long-running legal challenge that had delayed several corruption-related cases before the courts. Our legal affairs correspondent Lord Edwasari has more.
Private legal practitioner Noah Adamte filed a suit seeking declaration that Parliament acted unconstitutionally by establishing the Office of the Special Prosecutor with prosecutorial authority independent of the Attorney General. In his suit, which sought 8 reliefs, the plaintiff argued, among other things, that Article 88 of the Constitution exclusively vests prosecutorial powers in the Attorney General and that Parliament could not, through an ordinary act of Parliament, confer similar powers on another institution without first amending the Constitution. During proceedings, the Attorney General aligned with that constitutional argument, maintaining that prosecutorial powers ought to be subject to the Attorney General's control and supervision rather than being permanently exercised by an autonomous statutory body. Lawyers for the OSP filed a joint application to be added as respondents in the case, but it was dismissed by the Apex Court on the grounds that the existing parties could adequately assist in determining the matter. A 7-member panel of the Supreme Court, presided over by Chief Justice Bafo-Boni on Wednesday, July 29, held that the OSP has the authority to independently initiate and prosecute cases. The Apex Court, however, noted that the Attorney General retains the power to enter a nolle prosequi in the case initiated by the OSP, adding that all prosecutions, convictions, and freezing orders secured by the OSP remain valid. Reacting to the ruling, Executive Director of the Transparency International Ghana, Mary Ada, expressed satisfaction.
For us today, it's a clear win. It's a win because it now tells or grants the SSP the relief. It also gives him the opportunity to move beyond all the heckling.
Deputy Attorney General Dr. Justice Remsai also spoke to the media.
The AG can now discontinue cases started by the...
No, but that has always been our position, so...
Away from all of that, the Minister for Education, Haruna Idrisu, has announced a zero-tolerance policy against indiscipline and criminal conduct in schools. He is urging teachers and school authorities to enforce discipline while promoting strong moral values among students. The Minister made the remarks at the National Conference on Stemming the Growing Indiscipline in Schools held in Sunyani. There's more in this report.
Addressing participants, the minister challenged stakeholders to reflect on whether corporal punishment should be reintroduced as part of efforts to address rising indiscipline. However, he urged educators to enforce discipline in schools whilst promoting strong moral values among students.
Today, you have our authority and support, and that of the president and the state, to declare zero tolerance for superintending.
Now, in another development, the Ministry of Health has ordered the immediate temporary closure of the Techiman Krobo Nursing Training College following violent student protests. The ministry says the decision comes after several meetings, counseling sessions and appeals by stakeholders failed to restore calm, while with some students continuing to engage in actions that disrupted academic activities and threatened the safety and security of the institution. The students demonstrated on Monday over poor feeding, unsanitary conditions and other welfare concerns. Meanwhile, Registrar of the Nursing and Midwifery Council, Philomena Wole, says efforts are underway to address the students' concerns and restore normalcy on the campus.
Officially, it has not come to the council, but we have also seen it on social media, and we are in talks with the Ministry of Health, which has asked that we give them someone so that we move together as a team to go and assess the situation and review what is happening officially.
Before we head out, a 5-member committee has been established by the Bono Regional Security Council, REGSEC, to investigate the grievances that sparked the protest at the Krobo Nursing Training College. The committee has been tasked with identifying the root causes of the unrest, helping restore calm, and recommending long-term solutions following the temporary closure of the institution. Ending the morning news on 3FM 92.7. For more stories and updates, please check out our website, 3news.com. My name is Christabel Success Trebe. Business is up next.
Lifestyle radio station.
Hello there, good morning and welcome to the business news on Sunrise. Coming up, energy analysts cite technical failures underinvestment in Ghana's power distribution for grid faults that triggered nationwide blackout.
Most of the time we try to shield responsibility to investment, but I also believe there's a technical bit of it.
And financial economist urges government to turn economic stability into jobs, focusing on youth employment as unemployment remains high.
The complaint that the growth numbers are not reflected in the average Ghanaian is real, and I think government needs to look at them.
Plus, Bank of Ghana explains unanimous Monetary Policy Committee vote in holding policy rate at 14%. I am Michael Obodu. Details of these and many other stories lined up for you. Do stay tuned. Thank you so much for your time. Straight into our top story. Now, yesterday, Ghana experienced nationwide power cuts. Energy sector watchers blamed the incident on both technical challenges and years of underinvestment in the distribution system. The fault triggered widespread outages that affected homes and businesses nationwide.
Ghana experienced nationwide power outages in the early hours of Wednesday following a major fault on the national power grid. According to the Ghana Grid Company Limited (Gridco), several power plants across the country were forced to shut down. Executive Director of Africa Sustainable Energy Center (ISEC), Engineer Justice Ohene Akutu blames the lack of technical foresight.
Most of the time, we try to shared responsibility to investment, but I also believe there's a technical bit of it. But then from a subject matter expert point of view, when you see a system collapse completely, most of the time it will be as a result of the frequency. When we go above or below our threshold, that is when you usually get like a total system collapse.
Executive Director of the Center for Environmental Management and Sustainable Energy, SEMSE, Benjamin Insia, observes years of lack of infrastructure prioritization.
The lack of infrastructure support for the company is the reason why we are experiencing this particular challenge. Surprisingly, Gridco could not even determine what actually caused this challenge in its initial stage. We've realized that they are resolving it, but it is likely going to happen again if you don't put the necessary resources or allocating necessary capital resources to revamp and revitalize this particular infrastructure for reliable power supply.
Engineer Ohene Akutu urges Gridco to tell the nation what actually happened, come up with a backup plan to make the system resilient, and explain what lessons have been learned from previous grid collapses.
To give us a roadmap that from today, if there's any, what are they going to do to have a preventive maintenance? Most of the time we are reactional. To have a preventive maintenance to make sure we don't have a system collapse again. And even if it should happen, what is the measures to give us just a restoration plan within seconds or minutes?
The power cut has left homes, businesses and essential services without electricity across multiple regions of the country.
Now, away from that, the government of Ghana has been urged to convert economic stability into real jobs for its youth. Financial economist Dr. Eric Boakye-Yadom says while unemployment has edged up, the process is too slow.
Current unemployment levels sit between 12.8% from 13.7%. That represents only 1.2% reduction over nearly 2 years. Dr. Boakye-Yadom urges the decline is not sufficient to lift the majority of Ghanaians into decent work. He is calling on government to use the current period of stability to drive a transformative agenda focused on job creation.
If we look at the unemployment figures, specifically into youth unemployment, it's so high. The last GSS report tells us that in Accra alone, youth unemployment sits around 49%. And actually, it tells also that the youth unemployment in 2024, which was 32%, is sitting around about 32.5 currently, which marginally has gone up.
Young Ghanaians aged between 15 to 24 are facing a double burden of unemployment and high living cost, expert says. The age bracket covers many recent school leavers who are now entering the job market and seeking independence. But with decent job scarcity, even basic accommodation remains out of reach.
You are going to pay utility bills. The average salary of a first-degree person sits around about 2,000 or maximum 2,500. By the time you take out your rent, you take out your utility bills, your daily upkeep in food and transport is not part. The money is finished. So when they complain that the growth numbers are not reflected in the average Ghanaian, it's real. And I think government need to look at them.
You heard the financial economist Dr. Eric Boakye-Yadom ending that report. Now, the Bank of Ghana has revealed the Monetary Policy Committee unanimously voted to maintain the policy rate at 14%, with all 7 members led by Governor Dr. Johnson Esiama. Overall, the committee cited persistent inflation risk and heightened global uncertainty as reasons for keeping borrowing costs unchanged despite improving macroeconomic conditions. This report has more.
According to the minutes, members agreed that while Ghana's macroeconomic indicators continue to improve, the recent increase in headline and core inflation, coupled with external risks, warrants a cautious policy approach. The committee noted that easing monetary policy too soon could undermine progress in restoring price stability and fuel inflation expectations, while raising rates could weaken credit growth and slow the pace of economic recovery. Members therefore adopted what they described as a wait-and-see approach, choosing to monitor incoming inflation data and developments in the global economy before considering any policy adjustment. The MPC had earlier announced that uncertainty surrounding the inflation outlook and geopolitical tensions in the Middle East informed its decision to leave the benchmark policy rate unchanged at 14%.
And that was a 3 Business News Desk report. We'll bring you updates now from the currency and the commodities market.
Bank foreign exchange market, where banks trade amongst themselves, the dollar is selling at 11 cedis, 66 pesos. It recorded no change. The British pound is selling at 15 cedis, 49 pesos. It lost 3 pesos. The euro is selling at 13 cedis, 27 pesos. It also lost 3 pesos. However, be guided that these figures could be higher at a forex bureau near you. The global commodities market, Brent crude is trading at $90.62 per barrel. Gold is trading at $4,050, 83 cents per ounce, up by $21.22. Cocoa is trading at $5,185 per ton, down by $16.
And those were updates from the currency and the commodities market, bringing an end to the business news on Sunrise. For more stories, please check out our website. It's 3news.com/business. I am Michael Obodu. Thank you for tuning in. As always, please stay safe. And yeah, we have Numo in the studio. Americana vibes.
Oh, no, you know, my boss is in the studio, so I have to please him.
Hey, who's your boss?
Oh, that's Phil.
Phil is your boss?
Yes.
Chairman, try again. With this oversized shirt. I'm sure he's feeling cold than all of us in this room.
Allow him to operate, please. Allow him to operate. But it's good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
Good to hear you. I love listening to the business news when you read it.
Oh, Charlie.
Yeah.
Oh, I've made it. Let me call my father.
Oh, no.
And then it's a privilege and an honor to be talking to you across.
Oh, same here.
Yeah,
same
because
here.
You know,
same here.
Back then in those days, everybody wanted to be a Patrice. You're a big man. Over to you, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you, boss.
The Electoral Commission has reiterated its commitment to organizing free and fair elections this December.
How's your week treating you? I'm here to serve you great music tidbits for your at-work listening pleasure.
Rastafari, Rastafari, Rastafari. Our Father, who art in Zion, Kanamawe, Kanamawe, Kanamawe. Oh, turn it up!
Come into the mountains, sight I and I grandpa.
It's time to drive you home in style with great music, the 411 and all your favorite songs, what's happening around town, and so much more.
And in the headlines today, the two leading political parties have been addressing the public on allegations of corruption. The Black Stars coach has unveiled his squad for the upcoming games, and there are some interesting names. Pull up! The weekend is here and it's time to turn up. Get your dancing shoes on, let go. We really do have it all. It's a premium mix of information and entertainment every single day on 3FM 92.7, your urban lifestyle radio.
The Electoral Commission has reiterated its commitment to organizing free and fair elections this December.
How's your week treating you? I'm here to serve you great music tidbits for your at-work listening pleasure.
Rastafari, Rastafari.
FM 92.7. This is the 3FM Sunrise. We're coming to you live from our studios here on the John Hammond Street, also live on Kesmi 107.1 FM in Tamale. That is where our northern brothers and sisters get to do the listening from and be a part of the wonderful, wonderful, wonderful conversations we have here on the show for you. As always, we kick-start it all with a dose of motivation, something a message which seeks to challenge our thinking and set us on the right path in the day, amongst many other things. Then we zoom straight, amongst many other things as well, into the weather. Slight rains here and there, late night rains and what have you. All of that and more gives us a reason as to why we should be on the lookout for the weather. After that, great music, kind courtesy DJ Phil. We return with the newspapers for you. And oh boy, you don't want to miss the conversations, right? Because the newspaper review segment is where the thoughts are, how do I describe it sometimes, refreshing, riveting, and thought-provoking as well. You're all a part of the show, and you're central to us here on the 3FM Sunrise. That's why I always entreat you to let your thoughts be heard. Share your messages, videos, voice notes, call it what, with us via the WhatsApp number 053-220-0927, 053-220-0927. That's the WhatsApp line through which you can share a message with us on the show. Alternatively, you find us on Facebook where we're streaming live 3FM 927 and leave a message, right? Leave a message in the stream and we'll do the reading. Also on YouTube, 3FM 927. With that out of the way, let's get into the weather. Now, not the weather, I beg your pardon, not the weather, right? The message of motivation. And very few relationships are damaged by facts alone. Many are damaged by stories we attach to those facts. A message goes unanswered. A greeting is missed. A meeting ends abruptly. None of those things carries meaning on its own. Meaning arrives when the mind begins to narrate. They are ignoring me. She no longer respects me. He did that deliberately. Without noticing, we move from observation to interpretation. And once an interpretation settles in, we begin responding not to what happened, but to the story we've written about it. The remarkable thing is that two people, and I say this often, two people can witness the same event and arrive at entirely different conclusions. Not because reality changed, but because interpretation filled the spaces where certainty was absent. This is one of the quiet risks of being human. We dislike unfinished stories, so the mind rushes to complete them, even when it lacks all of the pages. The book of Proverbs offers a timeless safeguard to this. It says that the one who states his case first seems right until the other comes and examines him. It is a reminder that first explanations are rarely complete explanations or complete stories. Wisdom has never been the habit of assuming motives. Wisdom is a discipline of leaving room for truth to reveal itself. Some of the strongest relationships endure because they refuse to turn uncertainty into accusation. They choose understanding before judgment, conversation before conclusion. That choice is rarely dramatic, but it has rescued more friendships, more families, and more workplaces than we will ever know. And that is something I want us to brood over even as we get on into today, right? Let's do our weather quickly so that we can get some great music. Can't catch the DJ Phil this morning as well. And the Ghana Meteorological Agency, amongst many things, says that from morning, cloudy up north, today's weather has it all. The weather starts with thunderstorms while mist and slight rain affect parts of southern Ghana. Later, expect sunshine to give way to thunderstorms and rain across many parts of the country. And so it's one of the days where an umbrella should be your best friend, even as you step out into today. With the message of motivation out of the way, the weather as well out of the way, we can get into some great music. Can't get to DJ Phil, after which we'll return with the newspapers for you here on the 3FM Sunrise. I am Mawuena Egbeta, the rest of my colleague, Patrice Amegashi K. Kudjoe, and as well as Johnnie Hughes, stationed on standby. We'll get you into all of the lowdown.
All right, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button. And we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire, more fire. My name Black Rasta. All right, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button. And we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire, more fire. My name Black Rasta. All right, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button. And we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire, more fire. My name Black Rasta. All right, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button. And we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire, more fire. My name Black Rasta. All right, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button. And we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire, more fire. My name Black Rasta. Hi, rest of my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button, and we would always be knocking on your door, so you will feel the truth like fire, more fire. My name Black Rasta. Hi, rest of my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button, and we would always be knocking on your door, so you will feel the truth like fire, more fire. My name Black Rasta. Hi, rest of my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button, and we would always be knocking on your door, so you will feel the truth like fire, more fire. My name Black Rasta. Hi, rest of my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button, and we would always be knocking on your door, so you will feel the truth like fire, more fire. My name Black Rasta. Hi, rest of my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button, and we would always be knocking on your door, so you will feel the truth like fire, more fire. My name Black Rasta. Hi, rest of my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button, and we would always be knocking on your door, so you will feel the truth like fire, more fire. My name Black Rasta. Hi, rest of my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button, and we would always be knocking on your door, so you will feel the truth like fire, more fire. My name Black Rasta. Hi, rest of my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button, and we would always be knocking on your door, so you will feel the truth like fire, more fire. My name Black Rasta. Hi, rest of my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button, and we would always be knocking on your door, so you will feel the truth like fire, more fire. My name Black Rasta. Hi, rest of my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button, and we would always be knocking on your door, so you will feel the truth like fire, more fire. My name Black Rasta. Hi, rest of my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, and only one condition: to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button. And we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire! More fire! My name Black Rasta. All right, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition: to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button. And we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire! More fire! My name Black Rasta. All right, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition: to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button. And we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire! More fire! My name Black Rasta. All right, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we
And a huge mornings to Patrice Amagashi.
Good morning, my brother. How are you doing?
Doing well. I trust that all is well with you.
Yes, I'm excited about the day.
Really?
You know, yeah, the point is, anytime you wake up in the morning, what it means is that everything else that happened yesterday and days before are in the past.
Yes,
God has given you a
right?
brand new breath of life, and you must be excited about it. Waking up is a key to life. Nothing else.
Yes, that I can 100% agree with. There's always a new lease of life. It's a clean slate. It's a blank check. You can write out and make history, right? Tell a different story, be a better person, look at things differently, and also not assume, not run into lots of assumptions which can destroy your relationships, like I was seeking to share with listeners a lot earlier. But the papers have quite the story today.
Beautiful headlines this morning.
Do you
want me to start?
Absolutely.
Okay, no problem.
Absolutely.
So, strangely, I'm starting off with the spider. And I don't know why I'm saying strangely.
People have cobwebs in their...
So the spider this morning, July 30, says, political parties stripped of delegates' power. Yeah. Aren't I happy and excited about this? Landmark ruling scraps closed-door primaries, but Parliament fears a costlier road to primaries. I'm really excited about this. Now, fix the roads or forget the trade. Bokpin's blunt after warning. Well, I've been talking about roads, and here we are, Professor talking. Funeral war. Court halts Adjoa Safo's Kantanka funeral. And no delegates, no problem. NDC shrugs off Supreme Court bombshell. And it has a picture of Asiru Nketia. Not to say he said it though, but I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's the details might suggest or give us an inkling as to what more possibly could be.
I'm overly excited about this Supreme Court's ruling. Supreme Court has been trending, so there's another story that is attributed to the Supreme Court that has to do with the OSP.
Yes.
All right, okay, so we'll get into that. But finally, on the front page of the Spider this morning says, vultures over Valco. Minority declares war over secret Mahama takeover fears. So that is the Spider this morning. Do I continue or you do another?
No,
okay,
proceed.
Okay.
When
so let's see the archives. Archives this morning says Baumia would not have qualified as running mate if the story continues in the newspaper, and this according to Nyahu Tamaklo. Supreme Court halts monetization of Ghana's democracy. Deep pocket politicians and financiers left in tears. Also on the front page of the archives, no more hooliganism in schools. Education Minister declares backs GES zero tolerance policy, and that is Haruna Idrisu, my man. In Kasem community, bears teeth at Kofi Job over cooperative man. Oh, Kofi Joe. Okay, but they written Kofi Job.
As in Job, yeah, Coffee Job.
It's called Job. Oh, not Job. Okay, all right, okay.
Coffee Job, right?
Oh, Coffee Job. Okay.
J-O-B, right?
J-O-B, yeah.
Coffee Job.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So my people say job, man. It's a job. J-O-B is a job, man. All right, so that's the archives. Let's look at Daybreak this morning. Daybreak this morning says, soldier interdicted.
Wait. The day has broken.
Okay.
And the OSP has won.
That's kudjoe for you.
And
so
the fight against corruption continues. This is the second coming. Now, you know, the second coming is always stronger than the first.
Oh, really?
Yes. Just by the way.
Just by the way.
For the record.
Coming from behind. Okay, so you just came from behind to come and interrupt me.
For the record.
For the record. Okay.
For the record.
For the record.
For the record. Good morning.
Yeah. But I mean, it was. We'll get into all of that. I want us to just skedaddle through the papers.
So let me just get back into Daybreak. Daybreak says soldier interdicted over TikTok comments. And then ADB expands customer access with new branches. Oh, wow. I hope this is not the East Legon branch. I'll cry over it. Anyway, beyond the gavel, operationalizing the Supreme Court's ruling to fully demonetize Ghana's democracy. And it's got Victoria Sam, Nyakwan Sam, PhD, economist, lecturer, and security analyst. And the bold banner headline says, Council of State, Chief Justice to succeed Sophia Ekufu. That is Paul Kudjoe Bafoboni's picture right there on the front page.
On the Hawk newspaper, on the front page of the Hawk newspaper, we have one member, one vote is here. Supreme Court forces parties to open up internal elections. And then we have worst language policy ever. Professor Bodomo fires warning over foreign languages at KG level. Then mineral boom occurs. MEDA CEO warns Africa against repeating the mistakes of the past. And Keta's 120,000 Ghana cedis flood cash storm. Engineer refuses to rubber stamp spending amid pressure claims. Opon Fosu is our man. NDC movement throws weight behind Akwesi Opon Fosu for national chairman. He's been in the news recently a lot, and it looks like the momentum is building up towards his candidature. Adjoa Safo Akofina cannot stop my father's burial. That's the banner headlines for Supreme newspaper. Dr. Kingsley Krugu.
So it says Adjoa Safo is saying that Akofina cannot stop.
Yes.
Okay, the father's burial.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me take that again. Adjoa Safo says Akofina cannot stop my father's funeral. Biography of Odenehu Apostle Emeritus Professor Engineer Kudjoe Safo Kantanka.
So scared.
Dr. Kingsley Krugu says government must fast-track Act 1124 reforms as media review shows gaps in environmental governance. I think...
Okay, so the business analyst this morning says, Supreme Court declares delegate system unconstitutional. That is great news. And then NPA raises fuel price floors for August 1st pricing window. Also on the front page of the analyst, which is edited by the president of the Ghana Journalists Association, it says Parliament passes new customs bill to boost revenue mobilization. Also, AMA arrests coconut trader for unauthorized use of bus stop as storage facility. And the banner headline says, Supreme Court affirms OSP's prosecutorial powers, but Attorney General's authority still prevails. So that is the analyst for you this morning. Also, on the front page of Enidaso Sports, well, Sports Minister pledges government's full support to Black Queens ahead of WAFCON opener. Glasgow 2026, Akai Nete loses men's light middleweight quarterfinal to Marvin Clare. And Baumia wishes Black Queens success ahead of CAF Women's Africa Cup of Nations opener against Cape Verde.
Right. I have a few more papers here. The Ghanaian Times, they lead with that landmark ruling, Supreme Court landmark ruling. All card-bearing members can vote NDC NPP welcome decision, story on page 12. Still on the Supreme Court, upholds OSP prosecutorial powers. Ghana, Gabon decry xenophobia, commits to Africa integration. Ethical leadership key to fighting corruption. Asin Kushia Paramount Chief. Asin Kushia is one of the cleanest, if not the cleanest town in the country as we speak.
Is that where the chief painted all houses and paved all?
No.
Oh, that's not the place.
No, that's not the place. But Asin Kushia, they are very neat.
Okay.
They don't tolerate rubbish at all.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Kushia.
Yes.
I was there. I had the privilege of being there during the Asin North by-election somewhere in 2022, 2023.
Oh, the Kwesi.
James Jachi Kwesi.
Yeah.
And I visited the town, and I mean, when they are very proud, right? So when you're driving in, they say, "Welcome to the cleanest town."
Oh wow, that's beautiful. That's good to know.
They've been in the news.
Is that not the place where the chief is the one leading that?
No,
I think this should be a different place.
No, I think you are talking about
the chief who provided the Wi-Fi to the community.
Yeah, exactly. Painted the place everywhere.
Are you referring to Domahini?
No, it's not. It's not
because Domahini is the one who's usually seen leading
such things.
Environmental exercises, cleanup exercises, and things like that. But I think Kushia is also. They've been in the news for years now.
Wow!
Maintaining very healthy environmental standards.
Yeah, there was a chief who was trending with beautification of the community.
Yeah, it's in Nana Aye Biafo, Janana, then Koswanhene, or development chief of Dumasuya.
Okay.
That's the place.
Okay, all right, that's the place I'm talking about. Okay.
Asin Kushia is.
Okay, Asin Kushia, that's good. Okay.
This is different. Okay.
Oh, is it the chief, the Nkoswahine, who paved a town
and provided a Wi-Fi and all of that?
Yes. So I think that's the one you're referring to.
That's what Patrice is referring to.
He's also doing very well.
Solid guy.
Fantastic work.
Solid guy.
Fantastic work. These are the people we need.
Yeah. MTN commits $1.1 billion to expand network. What will that mean for you and I? I'm sure if you grab a copy of the daily, the Ghanaian Times, you see that for yourself. Throne Day 2026, celebrating a nation's transformation under the leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. It's also a feature you find on the back page. Ministry of Communication supports UG with 2,000 laptops for 1 million coders program, and tap cashew value chain in Bono region. GIPA urges investor, the Ghana Investment Promotion Authority. Now they are no longer a center. Ghana Investment Promotion Authority. The Daily Guide newspaper. Deep freezer, TV, cash, boiled eggs, party delegate system banned. See the way the path they choose.
Yeah.
Deep freezer.
Yes.
TV, cash, boiled eggs. Party delegate system banned. There's a picture of someone even carrying a TV, right?
I wish I could go gift the Supreme Court judges something this morning.
No,
it's not allowed. I would have done that.
Yeah, and so I mean that's been welcome, but the nuance and all of that, we'll get into all of those conversations. Court holds Kudjoe Safo Kantanka burial. Ghana must export mining innovation, not just minerals. Alhaji Ali Ibrahim Van Yeboah jailed 85 months in US over $10 million romance scam. So that the network did $100 million, but he, for one, was responsible for about $10 million, right? So I mean, Johnny says Asin Kushia meeting place for battle strategy. Ehuna Bobrim. Pra Ajin Sem.
Okay.
You go see and tremble. So yeah, I think Asin Kushia, maybe what they call in Samrani, perhaps is what is that? But yeah.
Well, no. Say that again.
The Ehuna Bobrim.
Yes.
Pra Ajin Sem.
That's his title.
Pra Ajin Sem, that's his title. Yeah.
Yes.
That's Dr. Sam Jones' brother. Is that him, or that's a different person?
Whose title?
The title of the king.
Yes.
Or the chief.
You are saying it's an appellation, and I'm saying it's a title.
It's a title.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I understand you are a number 9 I understand he's a number 9.
Oh no, I learn as fast as I can when it comes to these things. And
so Nana Prajin Sim, I know him.
Yes.
Nana Prajin Sim, that is Sam Jones' brother.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Sam Jones' brother.
Yeah.
Okay.
OSP has power to prosecute. Supreme Court. That's it for the Daily Guide. A bit more for me here, and then I'll come. Power to the people. As Supreme Court ends Delegate says, look, it looks like the political parties may be more excited than even the ordinary Ghanaian in terms of this ruling by the courts, because the way the headlines are capturing the stories and all of that. Power to the people, boiled eggs, deep freezers, party delegate system banned, and all of that. All Cadbury, it's everywhere, right? It's a landmark ruling, and one that we'll get into.
We must buy the judges Kusiane Meku.
We need to.
Also, Opariado urges young Ghanaians to build skills and serve nation. NITA launches 2026 National ICT Week. Targets Ghana's digital transformation. Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo to lay father to rest on Saturday, August 8th. Dr. Audrey Amoa demands stronger urban planning enforcement. The Daybreak newspaper, soldier interdicted over TikTok comment. Hey. Has the Venerable Major General Lawrence Koku Betanu on the front page as well. I don't suppose that has anything to do with him. We'll get details. No, it has nothing to do with him. It's a disciplinary process, but because he's the chief of army staff, they've slapped his image on the front page. ADB expands customer access with new branches beyond the gavel, operationalizing the Supreme Court's ruling to fully demonetize Ghana's democracy. So already, some persons have already started sharing thoughts in relation to the ruling by the Supreme Court. Council of State, CJ to succeed Sophia Kufu. We had this conversation here in the studio, didn't we not? Because there's a strict requirement.
Somebody here needs to,
Yes, a former Chief Justice has to be serving on the Council of State. And
I think we mentioned that he will be nearing, he
goes on retirement this year.
November,
actually.
right?
Yeah, this year. This year. And so
that happens. Let's look at Africa Today. Africa Today says, uphold public service accountability. Also, Nungwa Manche faces fresh trouble. New twist in Valco seal dispute. Report exposes ACK Holdings. Now, sudden loss of fire commander is a big blow, and grassroots urge delegates to back Dakuji. The National Enquirer says, government commits to enforcing new EPA Act 1124. This is attributed to Ama Kofi Boa. Daily Democrat says, power to the people. And Opariado urges young Ghanaians to build skills and serve nations. Also on the front page of Bono Ahafo Echo, it says, regional minister cuts sword for Nkranza South Community Center project. Also, Galamsey fight. Bono Rejsek orders mining firms to submit permits by August 3. Also, on the front page of the Bono Ahafo Echo is choose new leaders to rebuild MPP in Ahafo. That's concerned Sunafo South MP, who's urging delegates to do that. Daily Post, Supreme Court declares political parties delegate system unconstitutional. The Insight, edited by Kwesi Pratt, says legacy debt. Ghana saves $250 million from power deal renegotiations. Also, double track system to end within 24 months, according to Haruna Idrisu. South Africa's economy hit by migrant exodus. And GSA dismisses false recruitment claims, and basement movement donates to churches and vows commitments to national development. Well, I've not seen this. The Graphic Show Business Morning says, why Ghana's comedy scene is no laughing matter. Social media fame without skill. That's an interesting one. That's Jim Fua. The New Republic says, the end of the small gods delegate cartel. Supreme Court resurrects OSP.
I'm guessing it's Herald.
This is the New Republic. I wonder what they're all saying. Okay, so that's it. The Dispatch this morning says, let's all heal old wounds and unite for victory in 2028. That is Paul Afoko saying. Africa's mineral boom must not become a resource curse. MIDA CEO. Now, group heads to Supreme Court to enforce ban on consumption of dog and cat meat in Ghana. Really? Okay. Cost of winning a parliamentary seat in Ghana
rose by over 3,000% between 2012 and 2020. That's Professor Prempe, who is saying that. That is quite revealing. Oh, your favorite Herald. Herald says ECG's 170 million Ghana cedis unapproved spending under Dubik, Mahama, and covered. Minerals Income and Investment Funds, that is MIF, delivers 1.1 billion profits despite 98% royalty share cut.
On that score, you know, I don't know why we haven't thrown a lot of light on their successes.
That is MIF, right?
MIF, yes.
Yeah,
I think we should get them into the studio one of these days.
No problem. Yeah. We should. We can do that.
Because,
we can do that.
I mean, we need to, as much as we are very critical of government, we also need to celebrate their successes. And
1.1 billion Ghana cedis profit despite 98% royalty share cut. That is serious.
Yeah.
Goldfields insists 74% of Takwa mine revenue stays in Ghana. They are insisting that 74% of Takwa mine revenue stays in Ghana. Wontumi lawyers appeal 20-year, they say, illegal mining conviction. Okay, that's good. Exclusive says Supreme Court orders inclusive voting in party primaries. Dr. Audrey Amwa urges strict ban on planning. So there you go. Thanks so very much, Erikus, for serving us this. And good morning to Duncan Amwa. He is Executive Secretary of COPEC.
Right?
Yeah, good morning to him. And to Majaro, otherwise known as James. Mr. James, big man James, Majaro, Godfather. Francis Amano, and then to Lawrence. Lawrence, yes, he's also listening to you. And Master Kabute. Master Kabute has made a promise that he's going to see you and deliver something to you. So Master Kabute, good morning. Egbeta is listening to you. Whatever you have for him, please, that is between you and him. And also to all the staff at Star Oil, especially their CEO, Mr. Tieku.
Yeah.
Star Oil is doing pretty good.
I think while you're mentioning Star Oil, I mean, good morning to my friends at Ghana Oil. That's Goyle.
Goyle, all right, okay.
Yes,
well, Nanacha is my friend also there at Goyle.
Friend at Star Oil.
Chairman of the board of directors.
Particularly my very good friend and brother OTK with Goyle.
Tell OTK I'm still waiting for my umbrella. It's raining.
Yes, the umbrellas are coming.
Still waiting for the umbrella.
Yes. They keep their promises, you know.
Really?
Yes, that's Goyle, Ghana Oil.
Go, for energy. Let me feel for superpower.
Yeah, let me do the last paper. And
then, we do the online.
We'll do online as well. The Daily Post.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
The Daily Post.
You did the Daily Post? Okay, if the Daily Post is done,
hits the online.
Let's take you online quickly. We'll start off with 3news.com to get details as to exactly what's happening there as well, and bring you details, right? Because there's been quite the reaction to the development from yesterday. And yesterday, all of the news programs, particularly late nights, were sinking their teeth deep into the Supreme Court ruling and all of that. But 3news.com leads with education. Minister declares zero tolerance for indiscipline in schools. Speaker Bagben calls for stronger parliament, academia, civil society partnership on economic governance. Stakeholders call for collective action to address growing indiscipline in schools, and effective school leadership is critical to improving the quality of education. That's according to the Vice President. And Health Ministry temporarily shuts down Techiman Krobo Nursing Training College due to student unrest. And special commendation to the students of the Krobo Nursing Training College. Special commendation to them. Look, if we gather as little courage as they did to protest bad leadership, at least from what we're hearing, because there were persons who were sent, the district director of health and all of that went to the school, spoke to the students and said, look, the students have a case, and so we will work around the clock and address whatever concerns they have. Big commendations to them for standing up. I mean, I had principal or whatever. You can't walk into a school and be disrespecting, verbally abusing students. That's a no-no, right? So special commendations to them for that as well. I'll take you to City Newsroom.
Okay.
Education must produce innovators, not certificate holders. Ibn Chambers saying this. Bekwai residents give Chinese quarry firm 1 week ultimatum over blasting environmental concerns. 2026 BC. Wire cancels 601 results, withholds 167 as 2,722 more face scrutiny. Direct primary school strengthen democracy if properly implemented. Hassan Ayariga is saying this. Gary Mako questions funding for court-ordered direct primaries. So, yeah, even though the political parties, in the general sense, have welcomed it, opinions from within, they are raising matters up for conversation. So, how do we proceed? What are the modalities? What could this even mean as well for who becomes a leader within the party base and all of that?
I think some of them have asked whether it sends the MPP back to another primaries, and I think it would be good to touch on that.
No, I don't think it does.
So we can dispel some of the notions, the false assumptions that.
Yeah. So let me just finish. Attorney General would face political costs for halting OSP prosecutions. Dr. Kudjoe Asante Pumpuni. MyJoyOnline.com. 2026 BEC results release. Over 3,600 absent as thousands await final verdict. 2,722 BC results under investigation as wire cracks down on exam malpractice. 601 BC candidates lose results after wire confirm exam malpractice. Delegate system, excess democracy comes with its own issues. Mustafa Bandi, delegate system, he's here again speaking to that. Mobile money transactions hit 492.9 billion.
Oh, wow.
In June. So, for mobile money, it's come to stay. Ghana Web is where I'm going to take you finally.
Yeah.
Leaked document shows Scholarship Secretariat paid £56,000 for 16-year-old to attend UK high school.
Can you imagine? This Scholarship Secretariat matter is something that I am so much concerned
UK
about.
high school.
Yeah, UK high school.
So it wasn't a university.
16-year-old. Perhaps was a son of somebody.
When was this?
Well, I have no idea when it was.
Would you like to read the story?
Yeah, we need to get back into it.
Let me get into the story.
But that is serious. So once you look for it, other stories on the front page of Ghana website.
Whoever
admission was in 2022.
Shame, eh?
2022
was in 2022 and was for 2 years.
2022. So this was under the Ekufuado Bawumia government.
It was under Educhum.
I just like to mention for a fact that this was under the Ekufuado Bawumia administration.
Anyways,
yes.
I have
and
issues
the sector
with
minister was Educhum.
Yes, I have issues with the Scholarship Secretariat. I have big issues. Anyway, so
right. A bit more from Ghana Web. Widow recount how police inspector husband died after visiting woman. Rosemond lost her husband in a crash while he was reportedly returning from a visit to his lover.
Oh, wow.
Charlie. I started going to the mortuary at age 3. 24-year-old mortuary
attendant
woman tells a story.
Okay.
The constitution is clear. Ghana has a 2-term presidency. Atodasi dismisses third term claim. 2026 BC, here's how to check your results. Just also in the business front, NPA raises floor price for fuel, August pricing window. So it suggests that fuel prices are going up. Fuel prices are going up even before anything can be said or done about it. Guys, let me come to us now in terms of details from the newspapers, right? And I think the big one, or the biggest, is the
Supreme Court delegate.
And then the OSP.
The OSP.
But we'll start off with the delegate system.
Yeah.
And what it says. I'll read the story from page 3 of the Daily Guide newspaper, as well as page 12 of the Ghanaian Times newspaper, seeking to see how each of them captures the story. Right. Always interesting. So the Daily Guide's headline is the deep freezers and whatever. That story is by Jibril Abdul Razak. It reads that the Supreme Court has directed political parties in the country to take steps to allow all members to participate in internal elections, effectively scrapping the age-old delegate system. The Apex Court, in a 5-2 majority decision, held that the delegate system used by political parties to elect both presidential and parliamentary candidates over the years is inconsistent with democratic principles. The Ghanaian Times story is written by Malik Suleimana. In an unprecedented fashion, the Supreme Court has ruled that all registered members of political parties in Ghana be allowed to take part in the election of parliamentary and presidential candidates for national elections. By a 5-2 majority decision, the court on Wednesday effectively ended the electoral college system, which allows a handful of delegates to elect parliamentary and presidential candidates during internal elections. The court, presided over by the Chief Justice, Justice Paul Bafuboni himself, held that the electoral college system or delegate vote system breaches Article 55(5) of the 1992 Constitution and therefore unconstitutional.
This is where you sing, "Oh happy day,
oh happy day,
oh happy day,
oh happy day."
When Supreme Court,
when Supreme Court, when Supreme Court,
kick out delegate,
kick out
delegates conference.
Power to the people.
Delegate.
No more boiled eggs.
And cocoa fell in the water. Cocoa season gone.
Cocoa season. Cocoa season is gone.
Cocoa season is gone.
Cocoa season
Eggs
is
are
gone.
The fridges are gone.
The fridges are gone. And the flash screens too. And the gas cookers.
And the money envelope.
And the money under the table.
But you see, we're not looking at it from another perspective.
But they should have waited for all of us to get in first.
Oh, really?
And gotten our share before they closed the door. No, I have a bone to you guys want to give the Supreme
No, but
Court
but
I want to take a bone with them.
It's not a level playing ground because the MPP has already elected their flag bearer. And I'm sure there were quite a lot of them who were beneficiaries of the old order.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, now the NDC is about to go into its own primaries and will have to probably
go according to this.
Submit.
The ruling says that in a
Is
year.
it void ab initio?
They've been given a year.
Was the ruling void ab initio?
No, so it will not take
immediate effect. Retroactive
It will not go. It will not go back to amend. So even that's why I decided to read both stories, right? Because one of the arguments which had been made, particularly when the ruling came fresh, and we were discussing this extensively in the newsroom, myself, Cyril, a host of the other guys, Napo Ali Husseini. I mean, we were discussing, and the suggestion was that, look, the parties could find an innovative way either to maintain or go around.
They dare not.
Around. No, let me land not. so that you will understand. Because at the heart of what has been the concern is that this could become more expensive to actually conduct the elections, and the parties also have to determine who a member in good standing is. Yes, we're yet to see the full reasoning of the court. But in terms of early gleanings, it will mean that a member of a political party is in good standing will still be determined by the political parties, right? And so that will still be within the parties.
But the parties have a constitution
that
says that to be declared or to be signaled as a member who is in good standing, you should have paid your dues, you attend the meetings. There are prerequisites to that.
Fair point. So that came up as part of the conversation. The other one which also came up was what this could mean going forward in terms of how bases are rallied and who eventually emerges as a preferred candidate at the national level. Means you must appeal
to everybody
across board. Amongst many other things, deep pockets will no longer be the thing. And whether or not there could be another way to have, because if it becomes a case, right?
Yes, sir.
There could be some regions which will have a bit more in terms of membership, which could suggest that if anybody stands from this place, they are guaranteed a large support base already. So could that go into the thinking of the party to introduce an electoral college, for instance, to say that all of you will vote, but you vote and elect representatives who will come and subsequently elect.
I think that was the position of Mr. Gary Nimaku, who heads the legal block of the NPP. Yesterday I listened to him on another network, and he seems to suggest that by the 28th of July next year, that's 2027, we should come back and ask the question whether or not they've been able to achieve what the Supreme Court is asking them to go and achieve. He also parts it with the fact that, well, is the country or the states ready to sponsor political parties? And if you are not sponsoring political parties to achieve their aim, why are you then dictating the pace of how to do things? You know, so I mean, it comes to the point that we have commodified or monetized our political system in this country. We have seen people who are not fit for purpose leading people. And
could you kindly repeat that?
We have seen people who are not fit for purpose.
A lot of them are not fit for purpose.
Leading
a
people.
lot of them.
Now, the conversation is this. If they didn't have money, would they have it? Look, we as journalists, we sit back sometimes and we know that, maybe 6 people are contesting for a role. But having interacted with them over time, we know that if this man is giving the nod, even though we do not belong to party A or party B, if this man is giving the nod, he can do a better job for the political party. But that person does not have a deep pocket. And so that person loses the election. And the consequences of losing that election is brought upon the party. And then the party comes back say, we are trying to reorganize it, blah, blah, blah. What?
For me, it is so wrong. It is so wrong. Much as it's been widened, I still believe that the way we choose our leaders is so flawed. We are believing in a certain democracy, which is a word. And this one was, how many years ago that we had democracy? Democracy doesn't mean follow the status quo that was established back when it was propounded. I am looking at the wisdom that went into the choice of, I mentioned this earlier, the choice of school prefects when we were back in school. And you could see that all these boys who were chosen as school prefects and girls who were chosen as girls prefects were people who had leadership quality, they had some dignity, they had a lot of credibility. Until date, those who were elected back then in school, today, when you watch their lifestyle, you realize that it was worth it.
It was worth it.
Yes. Yeah. So how come our masters, as we call them, were able to select these boys and girls? What did they look at? What did they see? For me, it is very simple and easy for us to determine who is supposed to lead a country. The person must have integrity. First of all, the person must have established a certain institution. The person must have employed a certain number of people. The person must have done some philanthropic work. The person must have constructed and developed something. Then we know that, yes, we are motivating people who have managed people and created something and known how to manage businesses to come and lead the state. But not somebody who has made money that we don't challenge. We do not look at the basis of the person accruing that money, where the person got that money from. We don't challenge all those
You'll be a hater
exactly.
if you go challenge
if you go
it.
there. It's like, no, it is so wrong. So, if at that level, look at all the institutions in this country. So you're looking at Fidelity Bank, you're looking at, what's the name? Star Oil, you're looking at GCB, you're looking at Stanbic Bank and all these banks, UMB and so on and so forth. How do they select their CEOs? Because there's a criteria you need to follow, and there should have been something you would have achieved before you are given that position. But when it comes to the country, when natural resources are vested in the hands of one person, we are saying it must be a popularity vote. That is quite absurd and crass. If we say we are educated and we are well-knowing and all-knowing and exposed, we should move away from the way we are selecting people to become leaders of a political party. So the problem starts from the political party level, where people, they give power to the popular person or the most popular person or the person who has a lot of money. As Johnny said, deep pockets. Deep pockets would never run a country properly. Think about it. We see erudite men. Look at the Kudjoe Business Forum. When they organize it and you see the people who are there, you would ask yourself, are these people Ghanaians? Yes, they are running businesses and they are successful. You look at KGL, look at Daddy, look at the kind of work that he is doing. He's doing extremely well. So you are telling me that you can't give the country to a Dade or a Sikkins or a Whitechapel or to a Pakas or to the Sofami man, because these people have shown and proved that they are capable of running business with people.
But you see, why we'll not give that to them is the fact that they also don't want their images dented. Look, Mawuena, as you sit here calmly in your nice blue suit, white shirts, you put on a tie later for News Central in the afternoon, nice watch, you wear your spectacles, nice haircut, nice shoe. Decide that you want to contest for an MP in your area that you have lived in for all these donkey years. And the next moment, we will find out which primary school your great-grandfather attended. That's how we are in this country. That's what we are. We always want to go back to, okay, they will run you down. Just because somebody has brought them a tin of sardine, a ball of kinky, and some 20 CDs to go and drink whatever they have to drink.
You know how to live life.
You get the point. So we don't encourage people, men of timber and caliber, to step into the front. We're talking about Asinku Shia, the meeting place to strategize for battle. Nana pra, una bobrim pra, ajinsem. Una obe bobrim. You go see him, you go tremble.
You were telling me that's some Jonas brother as well.
Now, it's his brother.
That's the meaning of the title.
Yes. Una bobrim. You go see him, you go fear. Fear go catch you. Now,
it's fearsome.
It's fearsome. Yes. And one single man has been able to show us how to do sanitation in this country. Look at all the good things he's doing in this place. He will wake up one morning and say, oh, Charlie, I want to be MP for this area. Everybody will come and tell you how his great-grandfather died of
even the
hernia. Can you imagine?
You know?
And that is who we are.
I don't believe
that's what we have reduced everything to.
Don't elect them. Prove to me that you can do it. Present a paper that you can do it.
Here's my counter argument.
Okay, go ahead.
And it's not a counter argument to suggest that, but I'm just drawing us our attention.
Feel free. It's a counter argument. Make it go.
What it is that we're discussing, right? That everywhere else,
this
is how the democracy is practiced.
No,
I'm coming. I want to make a point in terms of elections. Elections increasingly are a contest of popularity, unless we will disagree. And even with the challenge of how persons go after you, I make reference to the US, for instance. The moment someone steps up, wants to be a Republican or a Democrat candidate into an elections, everything about them comes to the fore. The good, the bad, the ugly. We saw Hillary Clinton, her emails and all of that conversations, everything comes to the fore. So what I'm saying is that at the heart of it, those things will exist. People, the moment you say you want to lead, they'll go after your background.
Oh, yes.
They'll begin to dig. They'll begin to find out. They want to know who it is. And throwing mud at you will be a part of the contest.
Going for your background in those democracies are digging to say that Mawuena says he can operate a console. It's a lie. He cannot operate the console.
Because
ABC.
Benefit of hindsight shows that he hasn't done it.
Now, if Mawuena can operate the console, but Mawuena doesn't have a deep pocket, we say, he can operate the console. But if we make sure that he doesn't let people influence him to have a deep pocket later, so that what he says behind the console is influenced by people, then we are sure that Mawuena will do a good job. There are scandals bigger scandals. What happens here? It be child's play.
Oh yes, of course.
There are bigger scandals that happen out there, but you find that most of those people sometimes they go before committee, blah blah blah. And the other point is that we even don't have the dignity of saying that I'm wrong. I got it wrong.
No.
I want to resign.
Nobody.
We don't have
do
the dignity. We have caught people in this country. We know where their girls are. Keep on keeping on. We'll bring them to their parents. Where is the lady? She was later made Iyoko boss. She's still in the police. No dignity to resign.
No.
Yes.
We have had people who have committed serious blunder in public. Public holding offices. And they still are holding their positions.
From the roof to the carpet.
Yes.
From our chiefs to our politicians.
Yes. Former Minister for Health.
Yeah.
Kwekwajima Menu.
Yeah.
He championed Agenda 111, no? There's a hospital in Doma Central, private hospital, allegedly belonging to him, completed. Doma Central doesn't have Agenda 111. It's not
but
completed.
he has a private company.
Allegedly.
Okay, all right, okay.
Belonging to him.
Yeah.
Conflict of interest.
And the president stood surety for him. Today, Chairman to me is in jail for 20 years. What did the president say about Chairman to me? That Akunta mining is not involved in any form of illegal mining. There are many instances, not just with the MPP, even NDC.
Yes.
Many instances of that. We don't have the dignity of saying that, oh, I got it wrong.
You know, there's Akunta mining and then there's Aso mining.
There's Aso mining. I didn't know about
it. It will possibly emerge.
But they are all
after
in-laws,
2028. Right? Yes, they are all in-laws. Aso is the in-law of the NDC.
Okay, Aso is the in-law of the NDC.
And Akunta is the in-law.
Is the brother of the wife
of the cousin
of the sister. Asu and Akunta. You know, back in the day, there was something. Patrice, I mean, you know that as well. Asu and Kanja. Remember that? Was a cartoon.
Yeah, cartoon. Yeah.
I read that as a boy.
Asu and Co. Also.
Asu and Co. Yeah. Asu and Co. Asu and Co. Yeah. It was a cartoon. Yeah. Chop, hot slap, and Charlie. Oh, Charlie.
Oh, there was another one too. Oh, Lord God Almighty, I forgot it. If it comes to mind, I remember. But that was a very sweet one. It was also cartoon. And this was by Ghanaians.
Ghanaians, yes.
You know?
Zingaro production.
Zingaro came later. This was a So and Co. Yes.
There was a So and Co. And then there was
one other.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is it David Akwasari?
No. There was one in the graphic. Some macho guy. I've forgotten the name. It was some legend.
You go chop something, you go Sabina. Oh, it was sweet.
It was.
Anyway.
Charlie, you look forward to it.
Yeah, you look forward to that one. Look, you are talking about this thing happening in so many countries. I tell you, go to Indonesia, go to Sweden, go to Denmark, and find out how their politics is run, how they elect. Even in Sweden, but for the fact that their prime minister was attacked at what's the name, a supermarket or a shopping mall, he wouldn't have had any bodyguards. They never had a bodyguard for their prime minister. They never did, because it was based on ideas. What kind of ideas do you have to propound? And they would go back and dig in and realize if this person is able to achieve A or B or C. So for us, we are just adopting something in the wrong manner. What do we mean by grassroots? Who is grassroots? Tell me about grassroots. Why do I need grassroots? Somebody, a grassroots person, to reason for me. Really? What is the exposure of that person? What does the person know about well-constructed roads? The person lives in a mud house or a thatch house. Not to say that those who live in those houses are less privileged, but I'm talking about somebody leading the way. The person must be exposed to know something before the engineering
That's
is
why
done.
we keep saying that our literacy rate as a country is something we shouldn't take for granted.
And it is very high. Literacy rate is high in Ghana.
Because at the end of the day, right, if our literacy rate does not improve drastically, every 4 years, every 4 years, when we queue to cast our votes, you can imagine.
Nobody must queue. Not everybody must vote. I still insist. Not everybody must vote.
Universal adult suffrage.
That's what they are saying. But the point is that decisions are taken on your behalf as you sit here.
But Johnny, you should listen to the latter. Suffrage.
Here's where
everybody must vote. Of the mass.
Not everybody.
Here's where I will disagree.
Okay, right. That what? Which one that? Our democracy, not everybody must vote.
Not everybody must vote.
Everybody must vote.
Not everybody must vote.
Not everybody must vote. I insist.
No, everybody must.
I will advance my argument. And the last time I said it here.
You said it here and I disagree with you.
No, everybody must vote.
You know why I disagree with you?
Tell me why.
Look, elsewhere,
the drunkard must vote.
Not everybody.
The squatter must vote.
Who votes, right, appreciates issues.
That's right.
When campaigns are run, it doesn't have to take all of the document, all of the policies in
they don't have to understand
everything
comprehensively
for the person to decide that I will vote for this.
Even the manifesto you mentioned is wrong.
Patience.
Yes,
someone can listen to the conversation, the debate, right, and be impressed about the fact that free SHS means my child will go to school for free, or the other will say no fee stress.
Right.
My first-year university fees is taken care of, doesn't care about what happens with the country's energy sector.
Right.
I mean, the
They're looking
energy
at their
sector,
small corner.
the petroleum upstream sector has been on a decline for a very long time.
Right.
The person who is hawking on the street or has a small shed somewhere is not interested in that.
That is where the problem is.
What is of interest to that person is X.
Free SHS.
Free SHS.
Do construct my road for
This,
me.
that.
Give me a gutter. I want street lights.
You the educated person, or perhaps you are someone with a field in energy, in finance, in economics, in banking. When you pick a policy proposal by a political party, you look at what they are seeking to do within the space you work in,
right,
and how that benefits you.
Yeah.
That is the basis upon which people vote.
Look,
now,
go ahead.
When all is said and done, when people are elected into office, this point that we continue to make, Barack Obama came here and said, strong institutions. Strong institutions is what?
The squatter.
No.
By the
strong
drunkard.
institutions is what will protect the interests of the average person.
Yes.
Strong institution is what will make sure that the person who has a shed somewhere was thinking about free SHS or no fee stress, but subsequently other government policies will align that after free SHS, there's an environment which allows businesses to thrive and create jobs, such that when the person is done or their child is done, the environment has been created which creates jobs and they slot in.
But Mawuena, do we even know that those who shout a jobodo, a shirado, if you ask them what the principles of their party and the ideology that underpins their party are, most of them don't know.
Why they do not have to vote?
You get the point. If you look, she rado.
You guys are making my point.
The elephant is a winning symbol. What was it?
You see, you don't understand. Patrice doesn't seem to understand Mawuena's point.
Most of them don't understand.
Yes.
But it doesn't take away their right to make a decision. As
That
Mawuena
right
said,
must be taken.
Look, as Mawuena said, from their perspective, look, there are people, you and I will be looking at other things.
Yeah.
There's a businessman who has millions of dollars in his account this morning. He has many enterprises and many industries working for him. His next move is not about what to eat. His next move is about how many other companies can I get in? Which other countries can I plant my feet in? Right? There's another guy who's sleeping under the bridge at Kwame Nkrumah Circle now, the Circle Dubai, Mohammed's Dubai, whose only problem in this life is how he's able to get some 30 cedis, use some to go to the washroom, use some to go and buy hot water to go and bath, and then find some quick breakfast, and then go on with his pakpakpa. If he gets 30 cedis, you have made his day.
Good.
And then there's somebody too who has, like the regular Joe, maybe driving, going to work now with the children, going to drop them off, who says like, look, the children are going to vacate this week. I've not paid my child's graduation fee. If I don't pay it, there will be wahala in the home.
And
my
the
wife
government
will fight
policy
me.
says graduation fees are taken care of.
Charlie, you've made his day. So everybody comes to the table with something.
Yes, but that is the stratification of society. That is how it must be done. My point is, you down the line, you can't take a decision for the person who's looking at expanding his business, making more money such that you would get some as part of the GDP to be able to keep you getting that 30 cedis.
But Patrice, that would mean that you are downplaying the role of the termite, the role of the
I will downplay it.
Insects in the soil.
We are
right?
not here to joke.
That will help to put some nutrients in the soil to help the corn to grow.
You hold private institutions. You hold private institutions in high esteem for the way they are very deliberate about electing and nominating and appointing people. Because we believe that structures work within that. Are you telling me that they should open up to that boy who sleeps in a kiosk and wakes up and doesn't know where to defecate and pisses just around anywhere and spits around anywhere? You want that person to vote to take a decision for you? What is that boy exposed to?
Let me read a message.
That girl who is bleaching her skin left, right, and center.
It's a choice.
It's a choice, but is it good?
She's
Is it
changing her
healthy?
housing.
Is it healthy?
Share your thoughts with us. 053.
Not everyone must vote.
053 220 0927. 053 220 0927 is our WhatsApp line. You can share your thoughts on this conversation. There's a message that's come through from a private legal practitioner and law lecturer, John Baptist. He says that Patrice is making the argument Socrates made many years ago. He asked, and this is what Socrates says. He asked, if you are sick, will you ask the population to vote and the doctor who wins should conduct the surgery? He answered by saying, no sane person will allow that. Then Socrates asked, so why do we allow that for the greatest office of all time? It's an argument that Socrates made. Right, in relation to why you allow just anybody cast the votes and all of that. So there's a certain level of understanding and appreciation of the argument he makes. Right?
But the days of Socrates, with deference to his counsel and Socrates' stature in society and history and all of that, the days of Socrates, even though we have learned from it, have changed.
We're still learning.
Socrates didn't have social media.
Yes.
Socrates didn't have TikTok.
Yes.
WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram. Mention that.
He did not live under the Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration.
And even John Mohammed's own
and he did not live under Mahama I.
Mahama II.
He did not live under Kufuor 1 and
something.
But his philosophy still prevailed.
No.
Mills 2/3. He did not live under that.
So the point is this.
Yes.
Times have changed.
Yes.
Look, and sometimes,
the human being has not.
We do this a lot. Sometimes we are covering a demonstration, right? You hit the streets. You're with the masses. Power to the people.
Yes.
The masses are always
the power
with
to
us.
the people.
Now, and then you find somebody holding a placard with some big English words.
Doesn't even know what's on it.
He doesn't know what is on it. And then when you switch the language and you ask him, Inti, ahamo mujina hamo yedeng. Say abano my bread do. And they will break down the minor. Confirm for me if I'm telling lies or not.
They can't even read what's on the placard.
Read what they have, but if you switch the language for them, they will break down the issues for you.
Oh, they can't. Nobody can deceive me with that.
They are
recently, Dennis Abuaji's issue. The lady was there and she said what? She was scattered there. My point is this: look,
there are exceptions.
Yes, there are exceptions, but let us not downplay the role of structures in a society, and let's not say everybody must be called in to take a decision.
So for you, everybody must not vote.
No, not everybody must vote, because if you don't have anything important, how would you vote? So the person
So how do you determine that?
So how was this studio set up? It was a dream and vision of somebody to set it up, just to get qualified people to come and sit in and speak and then manage it. It wasn't just anybody who thought we should just come and sit here. Somebody would say that a radio station is not necessary. Let's go and sit under the mango tree.
Patrice, I have to make this quick announcement. So the numbers, the WhatsApp number I shared, please don't call.
People are calling.
People are calling.
So that people don't you have a call-in number?
People want to call.
So Patrice will say those people should not vote.
Please.
Allow people to call
Those
in.
who are calling the WhatsApp line should not be allowed to vote.
Yeah, the WhatsApp line, please don't call.
But you have a call-in line, right?
Yes, we have call-in lines.
So allow them to call.
We can open the phone lines if there's a general consensus.
Yes. I think that it will be awesome to have the phone lines open. Patrice doesn't want those calling to vote.
We'll open the phone lines briefly. 053 220 0927 053 220 0927. Please send us a message.
The person is driving, wants to talk to you.
Right. So a message,
give the calling
or
number.
a voice note as well.
You can send 927 2717.
053 220. Call numbers. 055 924 2717.
Again.
055 924 2717.
But when I see this message I got, it says, "Good morning, Johnny. Could you believe Ganorth Municipal Hospital has light off, but there's a standby generator, and up till now it has not been switched on to facilitate process of attending to patients. Should this person vote?" the person who has refused to turn on the generator to save lives, should the person be allowed to vote? Yes. The person must be allowed to.
Eric, inside Michelle Camp, also says, good morning, gentlemen. I believe for fair judgment and understanding, everybody should be allowed to vote. However, after elections, the country must have a national agenda which we all agree to as a nation and should be enshrined in our constitution, that any party that refuses to follow the national agenda should be held accountable and penalized.
Okay, so, sorry, Dr. Dodu.
You have somebody on the line, right?
You have somebody on the line, sorry.
Edward from where? I can't hear Frederick.
Go ahead.
Right, hello, Edward, good morning to you. Where are you calling us from, please?
Good morning, sir. I'm calling from Washington.
Washington in the U.S. or in Ghana?
No, Washington, D.C. from Ashaiman.
Fantastic. Edward, just quickly, your thoughts on this conversation so that some others can...
I agree with my brother who's saying that not everybody must vote. You see, in case all of us we vote and we choose a president, then the president steps into the office, and the people who choose the president is not benefiting from the president. We are lacking. We will not know what to do. We cannot say, we should take him out because we gave him the power. Because so far as we have voted for him to be a president, he is in the office, and we gave him the power. And I don't think that power can feed all of Ghanaians. So someone may make a decision to vote, other may make a decision not to vote, because after all, at the end of the day, when the president is in the office, he or she is going to provide for himself.
Look,
that is the most important.
Right.
So, I agree with my brother.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for calling.
Mawuena, you know where the problem is?
Yeah.
The problem is that everybody goes to vote. When we finish voting,
we go to bed.
We go to bed. We don't ask questions. That's one. Number two, it's just like what we do when we pay taxes. All of us are here are tax compliant, right?
Yeah.
Do we follow what our taxes are used for? I've always said that, look, you pay property rate, business operation permits, blah, 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 it goes to the assembly. And then when your roads are not good, your street lights not working, your gutters are choked, blah, 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 you go and be chasing the MP. When the MC sleeps at home.
Imagine.
So you can vote, and everybody must vote, but you have to chase the people. That's what the Americans do.
Responsibility does not end with just voting.
Exactly the point.
People's assembly.
So it's not the people voting. Look, if the people who live in an electoral area go and say that, Assemblyman, you have been here for 1 year, you have not called us to a meeting to discuss the issues of the area, he will be forced to do that.
Absolutely.
Because it is in the bylaw. It's in Act 693, or I've forgotten the act, the Local Government Act. I've forgotten it. But do we do that?
We don't. We're going to pick 5 calls.
Yes.
SK is calling us from Amasaman. SK, good morning to you. Talk to us quickly where you stand on this debate.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Thanks so much for bringing in Colin. And we also welcome Mr. Johnny as well. One thing I want to say is we share your session, but for me, my problem is the NDC has given too much space to their opponent, the opposition, knowing very well that they did not treat this country to standard. Someone who supervised our finance has fled from the soil of Ghana. He did not account to Ghanaians. And still, all they are saying is seeking to come on power or to come back to power. Meanwhile, they've not addressed the issue confronting Ghanaians. They have left a very big scar on Ghanaians. They should be very careful.
Right. Thank you for calling, SK. Tella is calling us from Dansuman. Hello, Tella. Good morning to you.
Yes. Thank you very much. So you're not giving me the opportunity.
Yes, I was hearing you were speaking in the background, and I was trying to find
opportunity. Yes. Enjoy the opportunity, Tella.
So Tella, speak to us.
Yes. The opportunity given me here, I wanted to explain clearly that when you give an opportunity to an ordinary card holder of a political party that party, that political party who is having a membership card will eventually disturb or distort the whole system that a political party wants to create. Because already I believe that a political party has been given the opportunity to create a regional administration, at the same time create a constituency administration. And that constituency administration must handle the various polling stations. So these polling stations must have members who must work there to see that the polling stations operate. So if you allow every ordinary member bearing a card, let me tell you, the system as we speak now is very polluted. Because some members can be holding 3 different membership cards of 3 different political parties. Has this thing been worked on to feed them out so that they cannot bear any political affiliate? If you allow this, or the court gives this order to be in mandatory, I don't accept it. That is my argument here.
Right, right.
You get anything?
Right. Thank you.
Yes.
I mean, that's where we started.
Yeah, we started off.
Which is
Big man,
so,
let me ask you.
Thank you very much for calling.
Let me ask you, what was Kudjoe Eduse's background? Educational background. Kudjoe Eduse in President Nkrumah's government. Well, I'm coming.
Yeah,
what was his background? He was a minister, yeah?
Yes.
I met his son not so long ago. He's like a bigwig, went to Oxford.
Yeah, man.
But his father didn't step foot in Oxford, not in Lagos.
Sharp.
Not in any of those schools. But his father was a minister. Did he underperform? Did he help to build the nation? Did he help to shape it?
He underperformed. Lee Kuan Yew will tell you that when he visited Kudjoe Eduse and went to his office and he showed off his golden bed and golden this, that was when he knew that Ghana was going down.
Lee Kuan Yew is a communist. The political ideologies are different.
It's not even about being a communist.
They're
I mean,
different.
if Lee Kuan Yew would use Kudjoe Eduse
as the standard.
As the standard.
And that's
You understand?
The Lee Kuan Yew himself is
then to
problematic.
hell with Lee Kuan Yew.
No,
He should get his right and
today,
say.
Because you cannot use. It doesn't matter whether he transformed Jupiter. If you want to use Kudjoe Eduse as the standard to measure every Ghanaian, then you have a thinking problem.
I'm saying that.
It is evident.
No, Patrice, I'm saying that.
How is it evident?
Under Lee Kuan Yew,
do you behave like Kudjoe Eduse?
Under Lee Kuan Yew, Mawuena cannot wear his nice blue suit with this white shirt. You cannot wear your nice blue suit, K, with this your checkered shirt, right? Patrice cannot wear his nice black suit with his turtleneck.
But how is Singapore?
I'm coming. I cannot wear my nice kaftan with my dapper. Under Lee Kuan Yew.
How?
We all have to wear the same color. Everything is socialist. If you have more than somebody, you are in trouble.
But how is Singapore looking today?
Let me read a few more messages, right? So this one is from Okukutan. Says, interestingly, Plato's Okukutan.
Yes.
Okay. Interestingly, Plato's Protagoras presents the opposing democratic idea to Socrates. Technical crafts may belong to specialists, but justice and civic judgment must be shared broadly because society cannot exist when political virtue belongs only to a few.
Power to the people.
Godsman from Dansuma says, Patrice is not understanding the basic tenet of democracy. Tell him he is on radio speaking because of democracy. Who determines who votes or not? Who determines who speaks on radio or not? From where I sit, no, okay. So he's saying that
it's okay.
He's saying from where he shouldn't be on radio.
I shouldn't be on radio. Yes,
he's voting. They are voting against you now.
The point is that the Bible says that in seeking all things, seek understanding.
Yes.
He may have knowledge, but he hasn't got understanding.
Oh, relax.
No, I'm not insulting. No. I'm very inviting of various comments because my point is premised on the fact that day in, day out, we come and sit on air and criticize the kind of politics that we have in this country.
Right.
The kind of people we are put in positions of trust.
But communism is not a solution either.
I have not said we should be communists.
Looking for examples. Don't look for
I have not said we should.
Do you prefer a world? Do you prefer a global landscape where China is number one? And where communism is.
Is it not necessarily? My point is that it is meritocracy.
Where rice is free, but you have to buy the stew.
Can you imagine?
I believe in meritocracy.
Clapping in the same,
I strongly believe in meritocracy.
Haven't you?
That is what happens in China, happens in Singapore, happens in Korea.
I have one more caller on the
line. One at a time. Yes, go ahead.
Maestro on the phone line. Maestro. He's been on for a very long time. Maestro, good morning to you and share your thoughts as well.
Good morning, Mawuena. How are you doing?
We are doing well, Maestro.
I have a problem with Johnny.
Why do you have a problem with me?
Please say. Why you put my phone on busy or what? Anytime I call you, your number is busy.
You've been calling me. Sorry. Send Momo and see if the number works.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You guys are doing well.
Thank you.
You know your program is one of my big fans. So
thank you. Enjoy.
Yeah, thank you.
Enjoy.
That is where the truth is, and you said the record straight. But Johnny, you see this Supreme Court ruling. You see, it is two ways. Other people are happy, or other people are not happy. But we that we are in the political party, I started at the police station, ward level, to the constituency level now. And this ruling have to end the monetization at the parliamentary level and the presidential level.
Right.
Johnny, to be honest with you, if you are not into this, you may look at it different, or you see it differently. Now, the monetization is going to be more than before.
That's how you see it.
That's how he knows he's a delegate.
Yes, I'm intrigued. You know what?
No, I mean it's a red flag. Some of us have raised.
The more the number, the more the demand. To be honest with you, because if today you be giving like 500 to 1,500 people, now you are bringing more, and you want to win. What do? Do you go to election to lose or to go to win? Whatever you have to give out for you to win. So today, sometimes people are spoken, but some of us look at it other differently altogether. But let's see what the party will come out with.
Right, Maestro, thank you as well for sharing.
I was at the University of Ghana Central Cafeteria covering an election, internal elections.
Yeah.
So I went there around like 5 a.m. No journalist, concerned job. Yeah. You have to be there to see who is coming, who is going. I got there early, and then I saw that there were pockets of meetings happening,
Sorted them out.
People were being sorted out. Then I saw cloth, different cloths, GTP, was being distributed.
Holland,
and the women, the men wanted the cash. The women, they wanted the cloth. Okay, no problem. So come 7 a.m., come 8, come 9. Then the election was supposed to begin around 10:30. Hey, 9:30, 9:45. 2-3 trucks pull up.
Buses.
No, 2-3 trucks. Like those trucks that the electronic companies use. They brought fridge, microwave, TV, blender. Hey, they will call somebody.
That's a cocoa season.
Charlie, they distribute the thing. So the guy who came earlier...
We saw one, wasn't it? Yawaso.
Yeah, Yawaso, Baba Jamal's constituency. Yawaso East or something.
That was this year.
Now, the guy who came to distribute the cloth and the earlier money at 5, he was just standing there looking helpless because his opponent had brought TV and microwave and everything and flat screens. Look, 32-inch TV. That day I saw plenty. At the time in my room as a young journalist, my TV was not even 30. It was Tipon Kosu. No. It was the one with the protruded hunchback.
Tipon Kosu.
Charlie, rubbish. So I was thinking, I'm here covering this thing.
Spread it wider.
And I don't have. So look, it will happen anyway.
How many people took the decision at the Supreme Court?
But you need it's a 5-2. But you need to understand something that I think this decision in isolation will not be as efficient as we think it is. It must be accompanied with a reform of the political parties bill.
They were given 1 year to do that.
Look, it must be accompanied
they have been given 1 year to do that.
Because if I'm talking about the bill itself. How political parties are sponsored, how they are funded. Because if that is not looked at critically, then this ruling is as useless as anything else.
In the 2020 elections, per the Electoral Commission's own laws, parties are supposed to submit their fully audited accounts to the Electoral Commission
they didn't
6 months prior to the elections. At the time, in 2020, 2016, 2020, I don't remember, but one of the major elections that we had in this country, it was only PPP, Dr. Papa Kwesi Indum's PPP that has submitted. So NDC and MPP,
because they did not have they probably didn't have old history.
Yes, but I'm saying that but they did. But they did.
Yeah.
I'm saying that if the Electoral Commission had been faithful to the law, fidelity to the law, they would have disqualified the NDC and the MPP. And PPP would have been the candidate on the thing for us to go for. But they didn't.
But look at IPAC and all that.
They did. They made residual opportunities available to the NDC and the MPP. So they could submit their fully audited account. The law must be the law. Now, Dr. Ishmael Ni Amano Dodu of the 24-hour economy, he sends this. He says, "Good morning, Johnny. I'm listening to you and your team. I wish I could call in to give some ideas." Now, he submits. 1, grassroots are not, into brackets, stupid. It's only that their states is necessarily constructed and sustained by the powers of poverty and very bad political system which entrench their poor economic state. 1. 2, those who build nations are people with knowledge, capacity, skill, and natural talents. These are elements which have nothing to do with literacy, whether you can read or write. 3, over 10% of U.S. population of billionaires are illiterate in English. They can only speak the language because it's their mother tongue. Same as rich men in, he mentioned, Kumasi Magazine, who is literate in English. Universal suffrage is critical for inclusive democracy. What we need to do is address ignorance. Medium such as what you have needs to educate people rather than becoming condescending as. Okay, he says Patrick.
No, mention it. No, mention it. It's an open field.
Condescending as one of the members is doing now. 5, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's first priority when he assumed presidency of Ghana was to address ignorance in all its elements among citizens.
I hate that we couldn't allow him do that.
And finally, perhaps we have to focus on these fundamental issues of ignorance by empowering citizens to know and understand their rights.
I would want Prof to be invited to the studio. I'd like to have a one-on-one with him.
Oh, no.
What I am saying is not condescending. What I'm saying is factual, because the world is such that
I think it's relative.
Yes,
and
if you are not exposed,
I think we've brought.
If you are not exposed to something, you can't speak to it.
Philosophical backings as well, right?
Yes.
I spoke about Socrates. A message came from Socrates.
Yes.
And then there was another message about
from
Plato.
Okukutan,
Yes. Even in America, that was
Okukutan.
Because
we have to go for sport, and I have to read a number of the messages that have come to as well. This one says, "Greetings to the entire team. As for me, I don't vote because of the system of the winner takes all. Our politicians don't think of the ordinary Ghanaian. Kaswa SEC and Atala Road is full of manholes and causing heavy traffic for commuters. I wake up at 3 a.m. to get to work in order to avoid traffic."
Jonathan Syme.
Adamon Syme.
He promised me that they were going to fix that road.
What? That road?
Yes. The Atala, Old Barrier, SCC, West Hills Mall.
So,
when it rains, that road is no more trouble.
Hope from West Legon also says, "This is an attack on the core of our nationhood. National development does not come from excluding citizens. It relies on building strong, impartial, and accountable institutions that serve everyone." Institutions.
So
and I will lean on Johnny's point. When you vote, it is not the end of the story.
Follow the vote,
but
follow your tax.
If your understanding is what?
When we discuss universal suffrage,
no, but Patrice, you need to understand that voting is not based on academic intelligence.
No. But even to become an MP, you don't need academic intelligence. No.
Voting is based on academic
intelligence. No, not academic
intelligence. To even become an MP in this country, you don't need academic intelligence.
That's what the problem is.
You must be 21. You must have lived in the constituency.
Patrice, we have seen. Look, I'm telling you for a fact.
We have to go.
There are people. You know, Mawuena, let me land. You see, Patrice, we've seen a lot of doctors, professors, whatnot lead this country. Where are we now?
Have we not had a member of parliament who sat in parliament under oath by a bipartisan committee on national television say he wasn't thinking straight? What are you talking to me?
Right, I'll read.
Is he not educated? Is he not a chartered accountant?
Which one would you opt for?
Has he not been the head of our public accounts committee? Blah 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 blah.
Which one would you
opt for? Johnny, do you know the university Rawlings went to?
5 to the top.
Do you know the
Rawlings went to no university?
Do you know that? Does he have a master's?
Look, even our former chief of defense staff, Brigadier General Nunu Mensah, former chief of the defense staff, controlling all the people who had ACCA, engineered this, blah, 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 blah. His was O-level.
There's something called
O-level.
experience and exposure.
Five to the top of the hour. I'll read.
Did Cowboy do say attend? Which university did Cowboy do say no? Which university did Cowboy do say attend? Which university did Cowboy do say attend?
Right, gentlemen, we have to go. Let me read the messages. Let me read the messages. Abeku Sego, right? Abeku Sego sends this one. It says, in the days of Socrates.
No. We have engineers in this country who supervise gutters that are reverse gears. Is that one to an engineer or a doctor?
Abeku Sego says, in the days of Socrates, their societies were made up of slave owners and slaves, and he believed that slaves should not vote. Is it the fault of those patrice things should not vote that they find themselves in the situation they are in? He asked a question. Those he believes must vote, what have they done to make society better? Yes. It simply boils down to devising ways of identifying the best material for leadership, as the Chinese have done. Yeah. Musa Ali Kone from WA says, good morning, great discussion. So I watched the Public Accounts Committee of Parliament some months ago, and one of the reports indicated that a deceased person was paid for months, even though those who validated the deceased person attended his funeral. In all sincerity, do you really think such persons, those who validated the deceased, are eligible to choose leaders for us? You really think such people should participate in electing leaders? He asks. God bless our homeland, Ghana. One of the constitutional requirements of every voter is the person must be of sound mind. What constitutes a sound mind? And how has the EC ensured the constitutional requirement is applied since 1992? That is Nessa sending that one in. Good morning. I will not sit down for somebody to vote for a wicked person to rule over me. So I will vote. In fact, everybody should vote to avoid a wicked person ruling us. We have seen some before. Alhaji Haruna inside a Sherman. Good morning. I'm Dominic. Afachao from Kokomlemle, please. We the citizens are suffering because of transport issues. So help us talk to the Speaker of Parliament to have the MPs deduct 1,500 or 2,000 from their salaries every 2 months to buy buses. He sends an interesting one. Okay, so Godsman sends a message again. I think we've read all of that, right? So we're going to get into a bit more for you. And then have Mutala join us with the very latest from the world of sport. And keep the conversations coming. 053-220-0927. It's time now for us to get into the very latest from the world of sports.
Let's now get into sports here on 3FM Sunrise. My name is Mutala Yakubu. Coming up, Nations FC's new coach has spoken, and the Black Queens of Ghana get off to a flying start in the Women's Africa Cup of Nations. Let's start off from the local scene where Nations FC head coach Zdravko Lugarosic has admonished his players to work hard to ensure the team achieves its goal in the 2026-27 football season. The Croatian tactician was appointed head coach of the relegated side early this month and is currently working with the team in pre-season ahead of the upcoming campaign. Speaking to Nations FC TV, Zdravko Lugarosic admitted the task at hand is a tough one, but expressed optimism that the team will be back in the Premier League.
It's not easy, I think, in Africa to have like a private club, but the club which will not run with the social society. And it's a pioneer project, I think, especially in the Premier League. Not many clubs did it. And let's be the part of the history. Football philosophy, it's very hard to describe. All of us, we have different philosophies. But first, we have to make proper observation to see which kind of ingredients we have to make the cake. And then after that, we're going to see which kind of cake and how we're going to make that cake.
It's Nations FC's coach, former Santa Cotco manager Zlatko Lugaros is now taking charge of the Abraham Kessie-based club. Moving on, former Ghana international Larry Kingston has called out for a complete shift in the country's football philosophy, insisting the Black Stars will not return to the pinnacle of African football unless they embrace long-term planning and player development. He spoke exclusively to 3 Sports.
I've said it over and over again. Ghanaians, we are football people. We love the game so much. But it looks like we're still relying on our past glory and not focusing on long-term, because I hear a lot of people saying, we have to win the cup, we have to win the cup, we have to win the cup. But winning trophies doesn't come easy. Remember, it's a team sport.
Yeah.
So you have to build it. And building something doesn't take one night, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. It's a long term. At least give yourself long term in between. Make sure you appear in major competitions, and then go into the competitions and then perform very well. That's when you get close to the cup. So for me, I think we should change the approach now. Changing the approach can be very long term. For example, what Uganda is doing with me now.
That is like he said, and he spoke to Michael Oti AJ. Then now the Black Satellites will be in action today as they play their second game in the Wafu B Under 20 tournament in Ivory Coast. They lost their first game against Nigeria by 4-2, and their head coach Maxwell Kunedu is very optimistic of bouncing back to winning ways today.
What happened on Monday? We have, we've kept that behind us. It's past and gone. There's nothing we can do about it. But going forward, I think the assignment ahead of us is very, very important and crucial to all of us. So that is what we are, thinking about and working towards to, achieve our objectives. For the positive side of the game, we told the boys that we need to use ball circulation to our advantage, and where we are strong at, especially with our wide areas, we need to exploit those areas very, very well.
Maxwell Kunedu is the head coach of the Black Satellites, who will be in action today as they take on Burkina Faso in that Wafu B tournament. Let's switch our attention to women's football, because the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations is getting on very well. And Group D started with some interesting results. Ghana's opponent, that is Cameroon, defeated Mali by 2-1 in their game. But the Black Queens also got off to a flying start as they defeated Cape Verde by 2-0 to top Group D. Now, after the game, head coach Kim Lasbiokegren says the team's main objective is to qualify for the FIFA Women's World Cup in Brazil 2027.
Make us out from the group stage into the playoff, and the quarterfinal is no help this year, so we want to win that to qualify for the World Cup. It's going to be the first time in a long, long time, and that's so important for Ghana and for us, of course. And when we are there, we want to go for the gold, but we take it step by step. And there is, like I said it before, is probably 6, 7, 8 teams that can win this tournament this year. And we have already been talking about it in here today, that there are like new teams that pops up and doing some impressive games.
That is Kim Lasbiokege. Meanwhile, midfielder Jennifer Kudjoe has emphasized the need to have a very, very good start in a tournament like this.
I feel good also. I feel like, it's a first game for us, but it's great to get the 3 points. And we're looking forward to stepping up. We know that we can do better than what we did, but also we take whatever that we got today. I think every game we take it game by game, but I'm excited that we got the points today. I think it's very important because they know how these games are. They know the experience. They know the type of teams that we're going to play. So having experience always counts. And also the new players that they've come in, they've realized that it's important to learn from the players that they've been here before.
Jennifer Kudjoe speaking after Black Queens win over Cape Verde in the Women's Africa Cup of Nations. Ghana's next game would be against Cameroon, who also won their game against Mali. Now to some athletics where Team Ghana has endured a mixed campaign at the ongoing Commonwealth Games. Much of the country's medal hopes rest on boxing, a discipline that has historically delivered Ghana's greatest success at the Games. Now, however, the Black Bombers have fallen short of expectation, with several boxers already eliminated from the competition. Now, despite the setback, Ghana Olympic Committee President Richard Akpo-Kavi remains optimistic that Team Ghana can still secure a medal in boxing.
In fact, yesterday the weather was a problem. Even for those who won, in their interviews they talked about it, and that it was a problem because it was very wet. So jumping, you have to take off and everything. So it affected it. We were disappointed because we believed that she could have easily won a medal for us because the highest was 1.93. So even if she had cleared the 1.88, 1.90, she would have got a medal for us. But well, it has happened. We are looking forward to the future. She's a prospect for the Olympic Games as well. And so we'll see what we can do for her to make sure that she prepares well for the Olympics.
That is Richard Akpo-Kavi, the Ghana Olympic Committee president, speaking from the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. However, there's some positive news for Team Ghana in athletics as the men's 200-meter duo of Joseph Poamoa and James Dazi both booked their places in the semi-final. The pair will now be aiming to secure spots in the final and keep Ghana's medal hopes alive. Here's Joseph Poamoa's reaction after his impressive performance.
It's pretty tough. I'm not gonna lie, it's tough, but we train hard, and sometimes we train in conditions like this. Sometimes it's very cold, and coaches like, hey, let's just go out there and run because you don't know what you need out there. So me running in the weather like this is just trying to come out here and execute what I do at practice. Yeah, every year fast times come out, So I'm not going to underestimate anybody. Someone you don't know who's going to come out there and pop some crazy time. So I'm going to go into every race. Even if I'm the top guy, I'll still feel like I'll tell myself I'm the underdog. I got to go out there and compete. So I'm not going to underestimate anybody. I feel like it's still going to be a tough competition.
Joseph Poamoa and the men's 200-meter semi-final would come off today, and we're hoping that both he and Dazi would book a place in the final. That's all by way of sports here on 3FM Sunrise. My name is Mutala Yakubu. Now remember that you can get a lot more from all our socials at 3sportsgh, and also log on to our website at www.3news.com/sports. There's more after this.
All right, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button. And we would always be knocking on your door, so you will feel the truth. Like fire, more fire. My name Black Rasta. All right, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button. And we would always be knocking on your door, so you will feel the truth. Like fire, more fire. My name Black Rasta. All right, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. subscribe, and make sure you hit on the like button. And we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire! More fire! My name Black Rasta. Alright, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides, we are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button. And we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire! More fire! My name Black Rasta. Alright, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides, we are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button. And we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire! More fire! My name Black Rasta. Alright, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides, we are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button. And we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire! More fire! My name Black Rasta. Alright, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides, we are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button. And we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire! More fire!
From Dubai to Bali, no matter where you go, your experience should feel like joy. Book your travel package today and let's create memories together. Call Adansi Travels now on 059 550 0817. Adansi Travels at 13. Feel the joy!
Sunrise on 3FM.
3FM Sunrise. Sunrise.
Sunrise on 3FM.
3FM Sunrise.
It's some 20 minutes after 8 here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. Gotta wrap through. You know that your mattresses these days sometimes are made of all kinds of unsafe materials that are not fit for sleepless situations. Is actually not fit for you at all. All your sleeping surfaces have been messed up. These mattresses may be cheap on the face value, but they can be harmful to your health. You don't meet Ghana's safety standards. Standards Authority doesn't approve of it. You end up costing you more. Buying inferior and cheap mattresses will seem like a good offer, a good way to save lots of money. But if you fall into that trap, it means that you won't sleep well. If you don't sleep well, you cannot work, you cannot think well, and ultimately it puts your health at risk. It can cause you a lifetime of discomfort and chronic pain. So what can we do as responsible citizens? We should all invest in safe, durable, and certified mattresses. That's why we must all raise awareness. That's what I have taken it upon myself to tell you this morning. We have to protect families across the country. There's a brand called Latex Foam. It remains the tried and tested brand that we all love. We have loved Latex Foam for about 60 years now. We offer you a match quality and durability for every Ghanaian home. I want you to make that smart choice today. Talk to them on 0302 231155. That's 0302 231155. Choose Latex Foam. And that's the number for Accra, 0302 231155. If you're in the Ashanti region, in Kumasi specifically, call 0322 029365. 0322 029365 for all your inquiries. Alternatively, you can just decide to walk into any of their outlets across the country for your preferred choices of Latex Foam products. You can also visit them at www.latexfoamghana.com and all their social media platforms. Do not settle for less. Go for the quality. Go for the best. Buy Latex Foam or else, my guy, you did do your body. Latex Foam, your partner for life. BEC results are out. One of my proteges got 7 words. I'm so excited. Oh my God. Ni Amu Ankra. My uncle is proud of you. If you haven't checked your results, go and check your results. I wonder what DJ Phil felt when BEC results were released back then.
All right, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button. And we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire! More fire! My name Black Rasta. All right, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, and only one condition: to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button, and we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire! More fire! My name Black Rasta. Alright, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition: to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button, and we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire! More fire! My name Black Rasta. Alright, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition: to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button, and we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire! More fire! My name Black Rasta. Alright, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition: to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button, and we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire! More fire! My name Black Rasta. Alright, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition: to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button, and we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire! More fire! My name Black Rasta. Alright, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition: to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button, and we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire! More fire! My name Black Rasta. Alright, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition: to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button, and we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire! More fire! My name Black Rasta. Alright, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition: to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button, and we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire! More fire! My name Black Rasta. Alright, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition: to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button, and we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire! More fire! My name Black Rasta. Alright, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition: to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button, and we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire! More fire! My name Black Rasta. Alright, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition: to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. subscribe, and make sure you hit on the like button. And we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire! More fire! My name Black Rasta. All right, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition, to build and not to destroy. That is why we say we have taken sides. We are not neutral. We are on the side of the truth, the headquarters of the truth. Subscribe and make sure you hit on the like button. And we would always be knocking on your door so you will feel the truth. Like fire! More fire! My name Black Rasta. All right, so my name Black Rasta, and of course, the voice of the patriot, where we speak truth to power. Remember, here we don't criticize, but if we must, on only one condition.
That's Harun Idris who's saying that. And there's a former NUCS president, former student leader, former now Minister for Education, minister in many different capacities. And in the north, he's revered. Aduna, that's what they call him. The growing indiscipline in our schools is a warning sign, not a verdict. It's a warning sign, not a verdict. He comes back to say that we can,
So that one, the growing indiscipline in our schools is a warning sign.
It's a warning sign, not a verdict.
It's a key thing.
Yeah, it's a warning sign.
What it says is quite significant because it's like we've gone past what it is. We all know what it means.
Right.
We all know what it means. So what does the future look if you have students on campus?
Right.
If you have pupils in schools who do not respect authority? It doesn't mean to only the personality that they are looking at, but then in society, because that's what they are honing at that stage of their lives.
Right.
That's what they are honing. So if nothing is done to curb that kind of indecent, inherent situation, then going into the future, they care about nobody. So they can flout the law, they can do something. Go on to the next one.
He says discipline is not decoration. It is the structure that holds education upright. Mawuena, discipline is not decoration. It is the structure that holds education upright.
I mean, for a person who is educated, you must be disciplined.
Yeah.
I'm just going to piggyback on a post I saw on social media by Nana Banamwa. Right. About the fact that when she wakes up, one of the first things she does is to make her bed.
Right.
When immediately you wake up and you're starting your day, you make the bed.
That's the barracks training.
That is discipline.
So that when you come back home and everything had gone wrong in town and there's nothing to celebrate, at least you have a clean
back to
bed.
a clean bed, right?
Yeah.
But that begins discipline.
Yeah.
And I've seen a lot of people share in the sentiment and say that, okay, I do that. That's a starting point of discipline. I say that to suggest that, look, it is something which must be a part of education. For everybody who goes through our school system, discipline should be one of it. In fact, when the Ghanaian is mentioned, what must be mentioned in part of the Ghanaian is discipline. We see Japanese, right? And this story is told every time when they are at the World Cup. They clean after themselves. Their stadium, the dressing room in which the players are in. Where the Japanese fans are, you don't, if like you're part of the cleanest.
Japan and the Singapore.
Yeah, Japan, Singapore, Indonesia.
Indonesia, the cleanest.
When you are part of the cleanest, who goes to a stadium where the Japanese football team played in at the World Cup, you know that their section you don't have to clean.
You can't wear. You don't have to
and
wear.
the dressing room, you don't have to go and clean because they will clean it and leave it spotless. That's what they become known for.
The minister continues and says, a system that hands out certificates without shaping character has done only half of its task. A system that hands out certificates without shaping character has done only half of its task.
Beautiful quotations. These are beautiful quotations that are coming out from the minister. And I hope that these things could be printed and pasted on the walls of every school.
Every school, yeah.
so that when you read them, you would understand. I'm yet to go to a school and find out that nobody writes on the walls.
Yeah.
I was here, Sam.
Yeah.
Joe Aloko.
I was there,
That was, that kind of thing.
I was there,
I was here,
Ras Bimbo. And all those kind of things. So that when we enter and we see that the place is clean, and this can be easily done by going to the floors of the houses and knowing that there's a prefect there. We know the names of everybody. So what we can do is that we can have a board that every student's name and nickname is attached to it.
Right.
When you go and write Ras Bimbo was here, we know that it is you.
But it may not be Ras Bimbo who wrote.
Yes.
But
So,
maybe Ras.
you see, in this day
Ras
and age-
Ajalolo.
look at the number of students around.
Yeah.
All we need to put is to fix a camera. You get it? So that it monitors. You see, when there's another eye looking at you, you tend to behave much better.
Cameras in
Yes, in secondary schools.
Secondary schools.
Yes, you can put it on the balcony. You can put it at the tip of the washroom
I
and all
bet
this.
you I would have evaded it.
Oh well, maybe you could.
As
but
an
then,
IT expert.
As an IT, just as a very stubborn student.
you know that kind of thing. There are a few, but you see, as time goes
we
on,
used
you
to
be
write Spinelli
shaped.
was here, some gone but still exists. Even our ancestors wrote on walls.
So all these things, when you enter a school and you enter the washroom and you see that the place is clean.
Patrice, did you write on Infant's
No, I did not.
You did not.
I don't
For a
remember.
Battle Smith.
A Battle Smith boy.
It's not surprising.
No,
I
did not. I did not write on the wall. I don't
For a
remember
Battle
because
Smith.
every time I read it and saw, you see, back then when you go to school, the seniors were like Charlie, macho and all this. And
Very grown men. There was one who
and I
was
not-
always shaving every morning. he was shaving. We went to school and you meet.
He's
people
actually older than the teacher.
The teacher, yeah.
He's shaving every morning. He's
So
shaving.
all what Haruna Idrisu has put out there, these are salient points.
Yeah, it's
They
a good
are
initiative.
sweet points, exactly. That should be pasted on the campus.
It
So
says-
every lawn, when you get to the lawn, it's on this
You
lawn.
see it. It's in
here.
your face.
Yeah.
It's a discipline in our schools is everybody's responsibility. There are parents who take their children to school and they think that it's the teacher's role now. Kay, what do you think? That the teacher is the one responsible to discipline my child? I am not.
But if
responsible.
charity begins at home, then discipline must also begin from home.
No,
because,
discipline can begin in the school.
it must begin from home because we talk about primary socialization,
Right.
and that comes from home and community usually growing.
A lot of things.
So I think as much as the teachers have a delegated responsibility, which is backed by law, because once you send your ward to a school, it's expected that.
But there are a lot of restrictions that were put on teachers.
Yes.
You can't corporally punish a child.
Just because some of them were also abusing
the children. If the children fail or whatever it is, then that's why he was talking about certificates.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. You
get
just have to
certificates,
promote them. You just have to keep
just
dumping
going
them.
through
Yes,
anywhere.
go through the system, and then parent-teacher associations were outlawed at some point.
Yes, that kind of thing. Became teachers.
I was
we
wondering.
played a lot of cat and mice
Because we were giving the children free education, so let no parent come there. But the children were coming to old boys and old girls to buy food for them.
I think the fact that it was free alone should have ensured that there were proper structures, because free things and indiscipline go hand in hand.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You must put it. Even in the U.S., if my memory serves me, I think Donald Trump signed into a law that they can discipline students in school because it was just getting out of hand. Look, as we sit here, I have 2 pairs of handkerchiefs in my pocket.
That's the training.
Every infantipim.
It's an infantipim
Yeah.
thing.
It's also a
You
percent
keep
thing.
2 pairs of handkerchiefs in your pocket. If you're wearing a shoe, you must wear socks. If you're wearing loafers, that one you can go Mongo Park. But then some of these things you ask yourself, how is it
in a
shaping
Palm
me?
Secondary School,
Yes.
we don't keep 2 pairs of handkerchiefs, but when we wear a turtleneck, we don't wear a jacket on top.
See this one.
Is that because our palm is colder than infant's swim?
Yeah, the marketplace, so they say it. Look, discipline in the school can be instilled the first day the person gets into school. Because when we got into
breach
school,
of common sense.
it's a breach of school rules. That is what we say.
Yeah,
a breach of common sense.
That used to be
It's a
the
breach of school rules. Yeah, drink
A breach of common sense.
Yes. So for me, it has to do with the power that is given to the teachers. Kay mentioned, do not abuse that power that has been given to you. Back in our school, there was a man called Dobo. When you heard Dobo was coming,
that's it.
He said, when you heard Dobo was around,
sprint.
everybody, Mr. Hope, you know, when they are coming
But Patrice,
to
you
your
know the
place,
funny thing?
tell me.
My dad was the head of English department in Infantipim. He taught the A's and Comers and
Yes,
Likes,
okay.
and was also the housemaster for Battle Smith.
Okay.
I was born in Infantipim.
I see. They say
So you have the blood in
Infantipim. They say Infantipim. Can you imagine? Infantipim.
But I'm a proud old student of Apam Secondary School. Now Apam Senior High with Captain Smart.
You are Captain Smart, yeah.
Yes. And the current MP for Gomoa West, Richard Jan. Whom Captain Smart would probably be contested.
Apasco.
Apas. Great Apas.
Great Apas.
No, let's do it Apas.
No. Asosa or Apas. Or Abofrapa.
Apasco.
Because our school motto
They
says...
had to instill it in the head of Abofrapa.
Listen, our school motto says Obrapa Ja Ura Kwan.
So what Captain Smart is doing is it
Obrapa Ja Ura.
Is it Obrapa?
The end always justifies the means.
Charlie, how can two people from the same school be?
Yes, because we are a school of competitors. There's internal competition.
Charlie, but I hear the MP is scared.
I don't think he's scared. I think on this matter, right? Being an indigene of Gomoa,
what does the
old
Students Association say about this?
Oh, I don't think they have anything to say because this is a personal decision, and for some of us looking on, we are excited because it allows competition allows for better choices, better alternatives.
No, it happened at Cape Coast too. What's the name? Repositive.
Yes.
But what's the guarantee captain will win?
No. I don't know. I don't vote there.
So we are saying that the best man should win.
That's it.
Whether it is captain or it is Richard, we are saying at the end of the day, he will be an indigene of Gomoa.
Right.
He will be an old student of Apam Secondary School.
MP. He's digging boreholes. He's building chip compounds. He's writing petitions to the president.
But guess what? Guess what, Johnny? Before any of them started this, right? Why haven't some of us contested for MP in Gomoa? Before any of them came into the picture, chasing their politics, who was the greatest advocate of Gomoa? It was some of us. Where were they when we started Gomoa Rising? When nobody knew our history, when nobody knew our heritage, when we were not advertising Gomoa as much as we should have, like in the days of Amabe Nyado. Where were they? You understand?
Well, now
so
you have
I'm saying that yes, we have the A+ and the likes. They were all non-existent at the time.
Abu Trika too.
Abu Trika is from Aguna.
Okay.
Our cousin.
It's not Gomoa. Okay.
If you be a man, someone,
ma onse.
Yeah,
if you be a ma onse.
Ma onse, not
onse. It is not mensa. It's ma onse.
Inche etase de sisia Ghana Kasan wadan.
Dabi or the H1.
Inche oye ma onse oye mensa.
Yes.
Ma onse bia no ne mensa bia wo.
Ma onse. If you be a ma onse.
Oh.
Then it says a kwancha de efe or this Ghana no. Is it crunchy chrome as a efe. And so disika or the top.
Inti Johnny, enyim bibia. No kanye there.
Like people say, sorry, maybe like people say koloko.
Kole wonku. Wonku. Jenny kole wonku.
Dabe. Kole wonku.
Okay. No tema is tomang. Is tomang. Okay.
Yes.
Nima is nima.
Nime amang.
No nima.
Choco is chaco.
Then yes, chaco. That's correct.
It's chaco because when the Gomoes gave land to the Gans.
Yes.
Right? As allies, we said, as far as you can
go into Chaco.
Into Chaco. That's the original.
So that no, don't ask me about the book.
Okay. Not the book.
Thank you.
Why don't we just change all these things as we know them now?
Back to what it was. So there's Mamobi.
Yes.
Mamobi.
Exactly.
Yes.
So why don't we just change them? Why don't we just change? What would it take to change Tema to Tomang?
You see, the point is that you always have people who assume responsibility of naming the streets.
Yeah.
I find it so.
Those guys, we have to have them.
I find it so. I find it so insulting that you walk in. You want in Accra, and you find Akwadu Street, Watre Street, Akpakpa Street. But there was somebody who came to this place to mobilize the people and arrange the place. And why can't you put his name there?
Atokwashi.
Yes, Atokwashi. They say Akpakpa Street. I don't know what Akpakpa is. Popo. Water is
my street there was
watermelon.
Dawadawa Street.
Can you imagine?
Dawadawa Street? What is Dawadawa Street?
Charlie, let's get back to the the Supreme Court has made a bold decision. 5-2.
Congratulations to Haruna.
Delegates, congratulations to Haruna. Delegates system, it has been outlawed.
I'm happy.
Hey. Let's listen to the Minister for Local Government, Ibrahim Banda, MP for Banda.
If the Supreme Court is bringing this kind of rule, it is constitutionally right, but socially discriminatory, because minority tribes will not be represented. And you know we live in a country where tribes or ethnicity is one of our social structures. You can't do away with ethnicity. You can't do away with tribes. So clearly, where we are, you go to certain districts, and you clearly see that the tribes or the communities with the major numbers are going to be getting the people into this house. And those with that greater numbers are going to be eliminated. It's socially discriminatory and not inclusive at all. And I think, I'm not a judge, but I think this one, the Constitution speaks about inclusiveness. And so for us then to be able to arrive at this non-inclusive judgment, we need to wait for the final judgment to come. When we read it, then we'll go to be able to know why they took certain decisions. But you know, we are politicians. But to be in that's a different arm of government. That is on meritocracy. But ours, is democracy. Can you imagine Akwetia? They choose.
Once the number is increased, people won't pay. Look, it will surprise you to know that if somebody wants to pay, if people are paying, it doesn't matter when it gets to 10,000. They will select those people and pay them. And like I said, there is no point where we can have a political party election without selecting the electoral college. And so at any point, you have to have a register of those electors. And if somebody wants to corrupt those people, the person may corrupt. What we need to do is for all of us, all Ghanaians, for us to admit that we cannot continue to pay money during the election. And it's not only the political party elections. The allegations of paying people during even general elections. And so we, all of us, the electorates, the politicians, those in the judiciary, everybody, all of us, must admit that we cannot run the country like that and shun that idea. But if you are to drill it down to the Supreme Court decision, I think, if you ask me, it's much ado about nothing, because no matter what, a group of people will be determined as the elected at any point in time. Because how do you determine that, okay, we're going to vote on 22nd August, for instance? How do you know how many people? You have to have the number of people who will vote. And those people, no matter what name you call them, they will become the delegates for the purposes of that election. We need to be honest with ourselves. The wage bill of this country, okay, if we want to keep padding the wage bill, the cost of running government, a time will come we can't get money to build roads, schools, and hospitals. And so, if you ask me, I don't think that we need to continue to burden the state with this cost.
Which even in general elections, politicians usually spend money to get the people, the border masses, to come out and vote, transportation and all those things. So what this ruling will do, if you're going to implement it in the next year, it's not going to completely stop monetization. It is rather going to increase monetization, right? So if you're going to campaign to only 15 delegates, it means you are now going to campaign to maybe 50,000 eligible people who are qualified to vote in your constituency. That's not going to reduce the cost. It's going to double or even triple or quadruple the cost. But also, too, it is going to lead to politicians spending more money, because you are going to spend enough resources campaigning across the length and breadth of your constituency for primaries as an MP. Then when you win, you are so exhausted, so bruised by the spending in the primaries. Then you now go to the main election to face the opponent of your opponent of the other political party, and you're going to spend more money again campaigning across the length and breadth of the constituency again to be able to win. So it's going to increase the costs, monetary terms. It's going to increase the fatigue. It's going to increase the pressure. And it's going to force politicians who are not able to save enough money to look for alternative sources of income. And that can lead to largely what we call use of illicit sources to be able to campaign if the state doesn't step in. So I think we have to let cool heads prevail. We see maybe the full decision of the reasons behind, the full written judgment of the decision behind this. And there may be, I'm not sure those who petition, whether they will go for appeal or they may not go for appeal. But whichever way you look at it, we are the direct recipient of that particular decision.
3FM Sunrise.
And those were some MPs reacting to the Supreme Court's decision yesterday that suggested or gave the ruling, not suggested, gave the ruling that going forward in 1 year, we should have a situation where the delegate system should be abolished. Political parties must work towards it. Dr. John Osai Kwapong is a research fellow with the Center for Democratic Development and Governance expert as well. He's joining us on the phone line. We also have Mr. Evans Nimako, who is the Director of Elections and Research of the New Patriotic Party. Gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Great. Dr. Kwapong, let me begin this conversation with you. How did the news of the 5-2 ruling by the Supreme Court, majority ruling, hit you?
Well, good morning to you. Good morning to your listeners. I took it very well. I was very, very happy with the ruling, and that's because long before a constitutional challenge was mounted at the Supreme Court over the delegate system, in regular conversations with friends, colleagues of mine, I always used to advocate for an open primary system. Yes, I do understand some of the logistical nightmares, the financial cost of it to the parties in organizing open primaries. But I've always advocated that for me should be the way to elect candidates for office before we proceed to contest nationally. So I received it very well, and I'm excited that the delegate system has been abolished.
Great. Mr. Nimako, what burden does this, for example, put on political parties? And you may speak from the perspective of the NPP. I know that in the past you and your team have been working towards something in a similar fashion, but what burden does it really put on you?
Thank you, and good morning to your listeners and Dr. Kwapong. I think for us as New Patriotic Party, we want to tread cautiously. In the first place, we saw this whole petition before the Supreme Court as something that was going to be a heavy burden on political parties. On our own, we've been taking steps to ensure that you have a situation where all card-bearing members in good standing will have the opportunity to vote for our presidential candidates and parliamentary candidates. But it's going to be a big challenge, and Dr. Kwapong has said it, that there's a huge financial implications to this judgment. The practicality, aside the financial bit, is the issue of other logistical arrangements. You are going to conduct an election that will take a form of mini national elections. The other issue, my brother, has to do with who compiles the membership register for the political party. in the case of national elections, the Electoral Commission has the mandate and is giving support to get this done. Even when you look at the Act, Electoral Committee is expected to have regular, continuous registration of voters. Is not able to do that because of financial constraints and other logistical issues. And so, if you are not careful, this burden is rather going to kill political parties. Let me put it that way, for want of a word. It's going to kill political parties.
Really?
That you are going to benefit from it. And it takes political parties to sponsor candidates to parliament. If you check from the history, you realize that in almost all the cycles, few of the members of parliament get there on their own. It tells you the kind of support political parties render for the development of democracy. So we have to tread cautiously. And I foresee huge challenges in terms of the implementation of the judgments.
I see. Dr. Kwapong, let's look at the modalities. We know that per the Supreme Court's ruling, and we don't have the full benefit of the decision of a court, but we know that there's a 1-year window within which the political parties have to implement this ruling of the Supreme Court. What modalities should they be looking at to achieve this goal?
Yes, so, and to respond quickly to Mr. Nemako,
right.
I don't think he should be worried that this would kill political parties. I think our two main political parties would live, they would survive. It's just that, yes, it places a new burden and a challenge on them. And now, over the next 1 year, what they have to figure out is, one, how do we go about the registration process? Because now it means that you just can't have a delegates album. You need to open party registration to persons who are ready to register and identify with your political party, which, if I recall, recently the two parties did engage in a registration drive, some of which they even did it electronically, right? So it means that trying to get members to register with the party is something they have given thought to and have even been working on it. It just means that now it is something they have to be more intentional and devote resources to in compiling a register. The other thing then is, if it has to be members in good standing, how do you define members in good standing?
Right.
Is it those who have paid their dues? Or how do you set the dues, and how do you ensure that people pay the dues? For me, the biggest logistic burden on them would be, how then do you organize the open primary across all constituencies? And this is where I believe we should start also having an honest conversation about state financing of political parties. Not that the state should give them like direct allocation of money, but are there other kinds of support? Let's say using the Electoral Commission to do certain things on behalf of the party to make sure that they can, reduce part of this burden on political parties, so we can truly operationalize this open primary system, are some of the things that we should be giving thought to and thinking about and trying to put modalities in place over the next 1 year.
I see. Mr. Nemako, now we know that Dr. Kwapong disagrees with you that political parties will die. But again, tell me, how are you planning to implement this? Or possibly are you going to appeal against the decision of the Supreme Court?
Oh, it's too early to respond to this question. We've not had the benefit of looking at the judgment. The party leadership will engage our legal team, and we will comply, because I've always said that we are a law-abiding institution and will not fall foul of the law. But that is the opinion of Dr. Kwapong. I won't take it from him. And I'm saying that if you are not careful, you will not have political parties to be strong enough to implement these judgments, which becomes an order of how our democracy must go. You may disagree, but when we get to the bridge, we'll cross. But I will not depart from this position. I'm saying that who is going to compile the membership data for political parties? It's the political parties themselves.
That's correct.
When you take national elections, it is the Electoral Commission. And even that registration of voters, which is supposed to be done continuously, is not done continuously.
Right.
That is the practical challenges, financial and logistics.
Right.
And the thing that the state cannot even afford sponsoring Electoral Commission, but the state should rather look also into getting political parties burden on. When you overburden political parties, they will fizzle out. And I'm saying it will not be in the good of our democracy. When we started in selecting our parliamentary candidates and presidential candidates, our initial numbers were smaller. As we speak, we've overgrown the numbers. And we said on our master plan, we will continue to expand until we get to the point where we will have every card-bearing member in good standing being given the opportunity to elect the presidential candidate. And at the constituency level, the election of the parliamentary candidate. When it comes to the cost of conducting this exercise, even where the law says that at constituency level, regional level, and national level, the EC must supervise the conduct of the exercise, political parties bear the cost. And so you may think that you want to manage monetization, fine, we need to do that. But we have existing laws that prohibit monetization. We are not able to enforce that. But we think that when we say that conduct your elections to ensure that every card-bearing member votes, that one, we'll get it done. I mean, in some democracies, voting is not compulsory. Ghana is not compulsory. In Australia, it's compulsory. Delegate system exists in advanced democracies. But whether you like it or not, today, as you said, the decision of the laws is that we should ensure that all card-bearing members in good standing get to vote for the election of presidential candidate and parliamentary candidate. We'll see how the implementation will go.
But quickly, I want to do a quick follow-up before I go to Dr. Kwapong. Shouldn't this come as a relief, rather, to the political parties, especially your party, that those candidates who come complaining that the elections over the years have been monetized or commoditized now become a relief for them, because they don't have to necessarily go and hand out anything to anybody who is a delegate, so-called, in a particular register or album, because then everybody now has a decision to make, and they could find favor with the masses. Shouldn't be that a relief for you?
Every step we will take to ensure that we enhance the operation of democracy or deepen multi-party democracy, we should. At no point do we expect aspirants in elections to be doling out. The law is against it, and we don't support such behavior. But even at the national level, an event of no rules, no votes, no likes, no votes. So all those things, nuances will come into play. But please, I still see the challenge, and I'm so saying that yes, this is what we have, and we must take steps to ensure that we comply, and we are going to comply. But I am being practical that it's going to be a big challenge for political parties. You may think that you are taking this burden needlessly from candidates, you don't expect anybody to bear any burden when nominations are open. But you are pushing heavy burden on political parties. If you think that that is not the case, then maybe you've not looked at it holistically.
See, Dr. Kwapo, let me come to you now. Should this signal the place where we have to institutionalize a political funding law so that the government is able to call the shots and regulate political parties in the strictest sense of the word? Should we?
Yes, to an extent. But you see, and not, I don't in principle disagree with Mr. Garin Mako that the implementation of it would burden political parties. But when I also think about our two main political parties, and yes, I'm sure it does cost them money, but the time, the effort, the energy they put when we are preparing for national elections, and they are able to discover that voter in the most remote part of the country, right? That they would, they are that committed in searching for the voter when it comes to an election, whichever corner of the country, doesn't overburden the political parties. I have always been a supporter of some form of state financing of political parties. And so are there things that the state can now do, as you said, can we now operationalize that idea of political funding, state funding for parties, and see the ways in which we can support the parties in order to be able to implement this. But for me, the ruling is a good thing. Even though I recognize the challenges and the burden it would place on the political party, for me, I see it as a good thing and healthy for both intra-party democracy as well as the country's democracy.
I see. Mr. Nemako, your closing thoughts on this conversation. You say you're going to comply, you're going to have it implemented, but there are challenges in there. When do you propose that the party would have a high-level meeting to come to terms with this decision and to look at the forward march?
So if you look at the way, so please let me make it the correction. I am Evans Marco.
Right, not Gary, yes, the head of your legal department. So sorry about that.
Yes. Thank you, sir. So the onus is on the national chairman to summon a meeting, and leadership will consider this court's judgment.
Great.
That notwithstanding, I think that lovers of democracy will continue to come out proposals that will ensure a smooth implementation of this judgment. I still say that we've had laws, and it's better we ensure their implementation than to get new ones that are going to burden us. Because look at all the political parties. I'm saying you mentioned two, but there are others. If you check the books of EEC, there are about 15 to 25 registered political parties in Ghana. And I'm saying that we should be looking at arrangement, support system that will enhance development of political parties than otherwise.
Do you get a sense that these smaller parties could possibly use this as an avenue to, if the country decides to institutionalize a party funding system, to just turn up every election cycle to get money from the country and not necessarily use it for the purposes for which they are intended?
Yeah, so the fact that there's freedom of association doesn't mean that we should be spending we should not create a situation where others will also see this as a means of state support to be registering political parties. You see.
Right.
And so you must not create a system that will, in a way, burden the existing entities who will then make demands on the state for funding. And I'm happy Doctor admitted that political parties, mainly MPP and the other party, will spend huge resources in getting their internal elections conducted, as well as the national elections. And I know that he's affiliated with CDB. And CDB has conducted survey on how much it costs for a candidate to procure or conduct or get himself through an election to become an MP. If you are not careful, you burden some people unnecessarily. So please, let's be careful.
I see.
I only say that we should tread cautiously. But whether you like it or not, this is the judgment of the Supreme Court, and all must comply.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Evans Simako, Director of Research and Elections at the NPP. We're grateful. Dr. Kwapon, you have the closing thoughts. So, how do we proceed?
Yes. So, as I mentioned earlier on, we proceed by now trying to figure out administratively how do we go about it. How do you register the members? How do you come up with the rules or qualifications of who is a member in good standing? If we can estimate the cost of what all of this means, again, can we now start thinking about should the state also bear part of the cost in ensuring that our political parties can get this done? Those are some of the things that we have to begin to ask ourselves as we take the next steps of operationalizing this ruling from the Supreme Court.
Dr. John Osai Kwapong, thank you very much indeed for your time. He's a research fellow with CDD and also a governance expert, joining us here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7 here. And we'll go on to the phone line again and speak with Dr. Jonathan Asante-Ottore. He's also a teacher of political science and he's a well-vexed individual within the CSO space. Doc, good morning. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Good morning, Johnny. It's been a while.
Yes, I'm still greater than Accra. Did the Supreme Court take the decision that aligns with your views?
Partially, yes, but I have done some kind of introspective analysis of the decision, and it comes to me that we are going to create more problems for our political parties. The point is that, yes, you want to cure a particular mischief, the corruption that has riddled the delegate system, and then the second view is the fact that the majority of the electorate do not take part in the decision process as to who becomes, their representative, as it were, at the primary level. And so it happens that sometimes this electorate will complain and could create that voter apathy. That, well, you guys went out there, you took fridges and you took television set, sound system and other things. Well, unless they also bring ours, you're not going to take part. Well, this particular individual, we felt that he was not the right person to represent the party, but the delegate took that decision, so you guys should go out there and vote for them. Now, these are the 2 or 3 main advantages that this particular interpretation comes with. But let's look at the other side. And I think that the other side, a lot more problems come up with that interpretation.
What problems are there?
Yeah. Of course, the humongous one is the finance and administrative challenges as well. We know that the smaller parties or minority parties even struggle to organize delegate system. So when you have an expanded version, what that means is that if they are not able to go by what the Supreme Court has outlined or interpreted, somebody can go to court. And this court system can easily cripple the process, the entire process. And that is something that the Supreme Court wouldn't want to. And then, of course, the expanded version, as I said earlier, is going to create some financial burden. Now, administratively, can anybody prescribe me from being a member of the NDC, MPP, CPP by, as it were, registering for all of these political parties? I don't think that there is anything that works against me with respect to that. So we wouldn't have solved any problem. In actual fact, the problem of corruption that we intend to solve is not going to be solved. Because if I am a candidate and I have 4 other people contesting against me, all I need to do in the expanded version is to take a target of 40% or 45% to pay my way through, and those people are guaranteed to vote for me. I still get myself elected. So we wouldn't have solved any problem. Now, this expanded version, delegate system, we think that is creating some problem because of the things that I've outlined.
Right.
But what if, by what qualification would the political parties have the right to say that this person qualifies or does not qualify to be on this list or to vote? If you are going to use card-bearing members, will it mean that when somebody suggested of good standard, what is the meaning of good standard? Is it my financial commitment or my card bearing? Because then it means that we are not careful. We'll create problems for the political parties in terms of universal adult suffrage and the fact that the political parties equally need money to run their affairs. So if you don't have people contributing to the political party to run their affairs, on what basis would you have that right to exercise that franchise when it comes to the decision-making process? So we may have tried to solve a particular problem, but I think that we're equally going to create more problems for the political parties. And in due course, the minority parties could easily whittle away, because once they are not able to meet what the interpretation is, then obviously they will not be able to be existent. And then on this issue too, I think that we seem to embroil the Supreme Court in certain political questions that create some kind of entrapment for them. To be frank with you, look at what happened in 2024. A question of some MPs on the MPP side deciding to go independent. Clearly, that has been the case, that when you do so, you forfeit. And a constitutional expert in the person of Professor Makokwe exercised this. Suddenly, because of a certain problem that is going to create, you embroil the Supreme Court in such a political question that at the end of the day, we all saw the interpretation that they brought. It was a bizarre one. And so some of these political questions, I think that we should be able to, shield the Supreme Court from things of that nature. Because I think that the Supreme Court could have asked a consultant, as it were, to do some data analysis of the cost implications. Because the CDP makes us aware. Look at the amount in millions of dollars that you have to spend in order to get elected as an MP or as a flag bearer. And you need to look at the consequential effect. What am I talking about? If these politicians are made to spend more than necessary, they are not for the Christmas. They will get themselves into government and obviously ensure that they recoup their money. And how would they do that? Inflated contract prices. And the burden of debt will still be hanging on the neck of the state.
Do you think, sir, that now that the political parties have been instructed by the Supreme Court to follow a certain tangent, it then means that everybody, whether or not the person is of sound mind, which is a key ingredient in allowing people to contest for elections or to decide in elections, then is allowed to vote because they hold a party card? Do you think that that's a sound principle and a sound rule?
My dear John, it is not. It is not sound, because you see, as much as the delegate system appears to be unconstitutional, or it is unconstitutional according to their interpretation, the political parties will still have their right in the implementation of this interpretation. And the Supreme Court does not have the right, as it were, to show you how the implementation should be. So whenever we are giving interpretation to a constitutional article, I think that the practicality must equally be considered. Today we still have ROPA. Don't you have ROPA?
Representation of the People Amendment Law.
Yes. Is it being implemented?
Not immediately. No.
So at the end of the day, if the political parties are not able to implement this, what can the Supreme Court do? They will not be able to do anything. It is just that people will just be going to court and they will create more problems for the court because of the political question. I think that the political parties have functioned creditably well in this period. Some of us have complained against this delegate system because I felt that it is always going to choke them because it is not sustainable. But making the Supreme Court, double in things of that nature, for me, creates an architecture that is a bit bizarre. Because at the end of the day, the question that you asked is very valid. What can be done?
Would you...
If the political parties don't have the resources to implement that, would the Supreme Court make available money to them? The state can fund them as well. So if the finances cannot sustain that, then it means that you have implementation challenges. That is a practical aspect.
Would you advise the political parties, if they get the full benefit of the decision of the court, to appeal the decision of the Supreme Court? Because in our homes, the one who calls the piper or pays the piper calls the tunes. In this instance, the Supreme Court is asking the state to call the tunes, but the piper is not being paid by the Supreme Court or by the state. Should they appeal?
Well, if you listen to lawyers, they seem to suggest that when you have a situation where you have that, overwhelming majority, 5-2 majority ruling, probably the Supreme Court has been listening to some of us, and then if the political parties decide to go for an appeal, I think it will be well in order. The practicality is very important because the Supreme Court, if these political parties are not able to meet this interpretation in terms of implementation, are you suggesting to us that elections will not be conducted? Elections are a means to the stabilization of the peace. And so if we get ourselves embroiled in too many court cases, that in itself is a destabilizing mechanism that could affect our democracy. That's not something that we all want. And so going on appeal, why not? But, I've listened to Mr. Martin Pegbu and others in the past when they say that, well, when you have a Supreme Court rule in that manner, sometimes it can be difficult. But I think that, interestingly, in this particular case, you have the Attorney General of the ruling government. Right. Siding with the plaintiff's request. That is very interesting. I don't know by what decision or by what calculation that they came up with this. Yes, the politicians have been struggling with this delegate system because people feel entitled. But when there is no giver, there is no receiver. Expanded version. But remember that when you have expanded it and the general electorate has gone out there to vote, when they are done, those people will not take part in the legwork or the boot work of going to the villages to do campaign because they do not see themselves as being part, right? They just went out there to exercise their franchise. Now, the other aspect too, there is that mischief, there is that some cynical aspect of the whole process. And as I said earlier on by saying that by this I can register for all the political parties and take part in the decision-making process. But is it also possible that a group of people could easily get themselves registered in certain areas where they will take decisions that could affect their opponent? Because, you see, Johnny, the point is that with this delegate system, it is only the political parties that know the categories. Do you get it? That's not the category.
They know their people and where they are and how to put them in a certain album or a certain register.
And even that, thank you very much, and even that, how difficult some of these internal processes have become. Where people are sitting here and there, it is all because of some of these manipulations. So even within the party itself, they struggle with some of these lists. So when you have done this expanded version, then it means that people can move to certain places and say that, well, we are registered on the ticket of so and so, and they can take decisions that could affect them. So there is there are too many gray areas for this particular interpretation. That's why I said that I wouldn't want it. This is not the opportune time to be a member of the Supreme Court.
I see.
And that some of these political questions tend to create problems for them because implementation mechanism is something that they should have thought about. And probably they could have employed the resources of any of these data scientists, as it were, to do some kind of analysis, and then that could have influenced the kind of interpretation that they could have given it. Finally, Johnny,
yes,
the issue of that moratorium of 1 year.
Yes.
I have said that it could favor MPP more than the NDC.
Why do you say that?
Because the MPP, they've already taken their presidential candidate. So if the NDC is not careful, it could affect them in that particular decision as to who becomes the flag bearer. That apart, I think the internal processes as well, I thought that was going to affect the MPP, but it appears that it may not. It may affect them when it comes to their parliamentary primaries.
Right.
Because by that time, that moratorium
would have elapsed.
Of implementation would have elapsed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jonathan Asancho, Executive Director of the AISS, is also a teacher of political science at the University of Cape Coast. We're grateful that you joined us this morning. And let's connect quickly with Dr. Nyahota Maklo. What is he saying? What's he been saying? He's one of the petitioners.
If the ruling had been different, that would have been a great worry to me, because I know eventually it would destroy the democracy we are trying to build. Because what is happening now is known to everyone. If you have money, you buy your way. If you don't have the money, you'll get nowhere. So I'm happy that monocracy has been curtailed today by the Supreme Court. If the ruling had been different, that would have been a great worry to me, because I know eventually it would destroy the democracy we are trying to build. Because what is happening now is known to everyone. If you have money, you buy your way. If you don't have the money, you'll get nowhere. So I'm happy that monocracy has been curtailed today by the Supreme Court. If the ruling had been different,
It's 27 minutes after 9 here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. We have a conversation regarding the Supreme Court's 5-2 decision, majority decision, to say that, well, the political parties must abolish the delegate system and allow all members in good standing to be able to decide who leads and who holds what position within the political parties, and also who represents them as their candidate for the parliamentary elections, and also who becomes the flag bearer of that particular political party. Well, yesterday, that was not the only case. There was another case regarding the Office of the Special Prosecutor versus the Attorney General as to whether or not the Office of the Special Prosecutor had the power to prosecute. Well, we will get into that conversation. But first, we'll take a quick break. Remember to send us your thoughts and comments on WhatsApp on 050 073 no, not 050, Mawuena. 053 220 0927. That's 053 220 0927. 053 220 0927. We're live on Kesmi FM in Tamale and beyond. 107.1 in Tamale and beyond. To all my Tamale folks, Kaula. We'll see you after the break.
on 3FM Sunrise.
Truths and rights I must come to expose. And back home in Ghana.
We shall eat the eggs and collect the TVs equally. Obia beji ne chefa.
Rich and poor them start to cry.
What do you do?
Get so high.
Okay.
Rich and poor them.
And this is
But Ghana politics is all
Afachao from Kokomlemle says they can even brand the buses such as bus of parliament, so we can also see that they are doing something better for us. Says, please, we the citizens are suffering power because of transport issues, so help us to talk to the Speaker of Parliament, to speak to the MPs to deduct 1,500 or 2,000 cedis from their salaries every month to buy buses for we the citizens so we can go to work early. This man should be allowed to vote again. In fact, twice at a time. One of the constitutional requirements of every voter is the person must be of sound mind. What constitutes that sound mind, and how has the EC ensured this constitutional requirement is applied since 1992? Nessa sent us that. Oh, the messages, if I read them, I'm sure we'll close the station up. But the OSP yesterday, some have called it victory for the OSP. We'll get to the ledger of facts that had been prepared by Kudjoe. But first, you give us a background. What are we looking at?
Right. So, pretty much, right, this stems from, it's a long history, really. Right. It's a long history as to our fight against corruption.
Right.
And where we've stood, where we've been as a people for a very long time. Increasingly, the consensus to a large extent was that, look, the Office of the Attorney General is responsible for all criminal prosecutions. They will prosecute corruption-related offenses. And the belief was that, or the belief has been, they've not been able to demonstrate enough that if it is of their own, they can prosecute. Case in point is a criticism which the current Attorney General is facing as to the discontinuance of a number of cases which were in court in relation to persons affiliated to the NDC. So that has been like one of the many banes up until that 2016 campaign promise by then candidate Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who says, look, when you vote for me and I come into office, I will create an independent investigative body which will proceed and deal with corruption-related matters. Ghanaians believed, voted for him in 2017. Then Attorney General Gloria Kufu went to Parliament with the bill, which subsequently became Act 959. After that was passed, it was assented to in 2018 thereabout, where the office proper began to work. There was an additional legislative instrument which gave the office legs to operate and to do a bit more outside of the act which has been passed. But while all of that was being done, the concern for a lot of people, and you remember someone like Dr. Dominic Ayene, who was in Parliament then, and still is in Parliament, asked a question as to independence in relation to the office, because the Constitution is very clear when you go to Article 88. There are few institutions which are mentioned in the 1992 Constitution. The Attorney General's office is one of such, and it was clothed with the powers to initiate criminal prosecutions. The Attorney General is the only office which can actually do that, right? So the argument has been, if the OSP is doing that, is it doing that independently of the powers of the of the Attorney General? And does the Attorney General have a say?
Right.
I mean, it's been a back and forth, particularly on the back of this Kenoforiata matter and everything. So then goes our dear friend, if we can call him that. K, I see you've been writing
Kudjoe.
and been tagging him.
You have a ledger of facts by the verdict.
Yeah.
What did you say?
So this ledger simply shows that authority not erased but clarified. And this authority we are speaking to is the Attorney General's authority as enshrined in the Constitution, and the OSP's authority subject to the Attorney General's position as enshrined in the Constitution. So it looked at the relief sought by the plaintiff, Noah Adamte, and the first relief he sought was a declaration that the Attorney General remains the constitutional repository of the state's prosecutorial authority under Article 88, and that while Parliament may confer prosecutorial powers on the OSP, those powers must be exercised consistently with and subject to the constitutional framework established by Article 88. In fact, this first relief, it was a bit confusing because this was never in contention for it to be granted in the first place. What they argued, when I say they argued, I'm talking about the CSOs and all related advocates in the fight against corruption and the independence of the Office of the Special Prosecutor, that only the Attorney General has the constitutional power to prosecute under Article 88, and that any OSP powers must be consistent with that constitutional framework. So what it really means is that the Attorney General remains the constitutional holder of the state's prosecutorial authority under Article 88. However, the OSP may exercise powers within that constitutional framework.
I'm sorry, Kay, I'll have to bring this in.
Breaking news on 3FM 92.7. Breaking news on 3FM 92.7.
If you check your time, it's 39 minutes after 9 on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. The breaking news is that the Court of Appeal has acquitted and discharged former Maslock CEO Sedina Tamaklo. The Court of Appeal has acquitted and discharged former Maslock CEO Sedina Tamaklo Ationu, and the Court of Appeal holds that the former Maslock CEO should not have been sentenced, as the prosecution could not prove the charges leveled against her. So, as it stands now, she's been acquitted and discharged. Now, the former CEO of the Microfinance and Small Loans Center, Maslock, was extradited from the United States to Ghana, if you remember, on the 8th of June 2026, it's pretty about a month and a few days ago, to begin a 10-year prison sentence for stealing money, laundering, and causing financial loss of over $6 million to the state. But as of this time and at this morning, the Court of Appeal has acquitted and discharged her because the Court of Appeal held that the former CEO of Maslog should not have been sentenced as the prosecution could not prove the charges leveled against her. This is on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7.
Breaking news on 3FM 92.7.
Quick one. Quick thoughts, gentlemen.
So,
quick before we get to this. Sorry for truncating
Johnny,
the thought patterns.
It's very important that we had to put the ledger on hold to break the news.
Right.
Because the Sedinam Tamaklo conviction and extradition has actually been a conversation that has been compared to the return or extradition of our former finance minister, Ken Ofori-Atta. So listening to, I haven't chanced on the ruling of the appeal court.
Appeal court, yeah.
Yes, because I mean the news just broke.
Yeah,
but
we will feel.
But from a citizen's perspective, my first reaction to it to this is that so did the government bring her back to free her?
Right.
You know,
it's a question to ask.
Did the government extradite Sedinam Tamaklo?
To free her.
To free her.
Right. Now, following the change of government in January 2027, the new Maslog Management commissioned a forensic audit into the operations of them. 2017. That was when. So this was when Dr. Stephen Amoah, at the time he was not Dr. Stephen Amoah, it was Honorable Stephen Amoah, had gone in there as Maslog boss. They conducted a forensic audit into operations of Maslog. 2017, Iyoko began that investigation, and then following that, they decided that, well, there was some wrongdoing that had happened because Iyoko uncovered alleged financial irregularities during Sedina Tamaklo Atiunu's tenure as Chief Executive Officer between 2013 and 2017. Sedina Tamaklo Atiunu and former Maslog Operations Manager Daniel Axim were arraigned before the Financial Division of the High Court in Accra. That's as of June 30, 2019, 2 years on. And they were arraigned before the court for 78 counts. Conspiracy to stealing, willfully causing financial loss to the state, conspiracy to cause financial loss to the state, causing loss to public property, improper payment of public funds. Among the 78 that they were arraigned before the court for unauthorized commitment resulting in financial obligations to government, money laundering, breaches of the Public Procurement Act. We also know that during the trial, the High Court granted Sedina permission to travel to the United States for medical treatment, but she failed to return to Ghana after the period approved by the courts. And Kay was mentioning Ken Ofori-Atta, same template. Now, the court subsequently issued a warrant for her arrest and continued the trial in her absence after determining that her absence was unjustified. And then the courts also, at this point in April 16, 2024, Justice Ifya Sewa Botwe convicted Sedina Tamaklo Atiunu in absentia. She was sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. Her co-accused Daniel Axim was sentenced to 5 years imprisonment. We want to know what happened to Daniel Axim as well, because if Sedina has been freed or acquitted and discharged and they were arraigned together for the same offenses, then obviously, something must give. Now, in April 16, 2024, she was convicted and sentenced. The court found her guilty on numerous counts, including stealing, conspiracy, willfully causing financial loss to the state, causing loss to public property, money laundering, procurement-related offenses as well. We know that there were a lot more that happened during the period. The trial court also directed the prosecution to commence forfeiture proceedings against her. So the government of Ghana then decided that they will formally submit an extradition request to the United States seeking Sedina Tamaklo Atiunu's return to serve her sentence in Ghana. A U.S. District Court in Nevada issued a warrant for her arrest based on Ghana's extradition request. A deputy U.S. Marshal was assigned to execute the warrant. And we know that she was brought into Ghana. Members of the Nevada Violent Offenders Task Force and the U.S. Marshal Service arrested Senator Tamakula Atieno at her residence in Nevada. She was transported to the federal courthouse and later held at the Henderson Detention Center pending extradition proceedings. A U.S. magistrate judge in Nevada certified that the legal requirements for the extradition had been met. The U.S. Secretary of State subsequently authorized her surrender to Ghanaian authorities. We also know that on June 8th, the U.S. Marshal Service handed Senator Tamakula Atieno over to Ghanaian authorities. She arrived in Ghana on the 9th of June 2026 and was immediately taken into custody of the Ghana Police Service to begin serving her 10-year prison sentence. We know that she was taken to the police hospital, as is by law and by right, so we could identify if she had some neonatal issues, if she was pregnant or not. And that was cleared, so she was then pushed away straight to the Nsawam maximum security prison to begin her 10-year sentence. We are learning now, post the 9th of June 2026, on this day, the 30th of July 2026, is a Thursday, that, well, she has been acquitted and discharged. This is what we know.
One of the many things I am wanting to do right now and is to go through the details of the High Court decision. Right? Because the Court of Appeal makes a very simple argument that the element of the crime, right? So when an accused could not prove it, it will be important to go back to the judgment from the High Court and subject it to a bit more in terms of scrutiny and ask the question, okay, so what were the elements in the crime and why is the Court of Appeal telling us now that the element of the crime they could not prove against the accused person, and so on that basis acquitted and discharged?
So did
cannot.
Justice Efia Sewa Asare-Botwe get it wrong? Is that what the appeal court is telling us?
The Court of Appeal, she got it wrong. And these are legal matters that we don't have to dawdle about.
Right.
The point is that when a High Court gives a decision, whoever it is that it goes against, you have the right to appeal.
That's correct.
When you go to the Court of
within
Appeal,
your rights,
they would revisit the matter and see what you are appealing against.
I'm interested to find out the grounds of appeal.
Yes.
Vis-a-vis the full judgment that was given.
But the Court of Appeal is a higher court than the High Court. That per the review of what we have seen, what has been presented to us, if we go through it, the prosecution couldn't prove what they were alleging the woman had done.
Right.
So there was no need to pass judgment based on what has not been proven, which is a technical way of looking at things legally.
Right.
Without proof of evidence, you can't prosecute someone, you can't convict anybody.
That's correct.
So that is it. So from there, if the state wants, the state can also go for another appeal.
Okay. Well, Mawuena, you were asking a very important question regarding whether or not this should happen. And Kay, you also put a perspective to us that, well, did we bring Sedina back so that we could free her?
Yeah, so
in
now
the mind of the ordinary Ghanaian, that possibly could be the main conversation.
No, that's my first line of thinking.
Not just you. I mean, a lot of Ghanaians will be thinking that.
Yes, because even prior to all this, you know, there was a conversation about when she came, she was under house arrest, and you know, she had not been sent to serve
prison
her term
and all of that.
So it means all that was true. It's as simple as that. Let's not sugarcoat it. They brought her back to free her.
That's it. That's what you think.
That's how I see it.
So I go back to my point.
And this is me talking from a citizen's perspective.
Right.
I haven't gone into the records yet. So this is my first reaction to it. She was brought back to be freed.
I would want to see the full reasoning behind the decision of the appeal court, and then I can possibly make a firm decision or opinion about it.
You are not a judge. You don't sit at the Court of Appeal. The High Court is below the Court of Appeal.
That's right, in terms of hierarchy.
So the Court of Appeal says, based on what the High Court judgment brought before us, we are saying that her conviction was devoid of some matter that was not proven.
Okay, let's go on to the phone line. Speak with Lord Edouard Sari. He is our court correspondent. Lord of the Web, good morning.
Good morning, Johnny.
How are you doing?
Very well, thank you, sir.
Great. Let's talk about what happened in courts a few minutes ago. Sedinam Ationu has been left off the hook beyond being acquitted and discharged, and that the fact that the court said that the prosecution shouldn't have brought her to court, on those charges. What more do we know?
It was a very brief judgment by the Court of Appeal, a unanimous one at that. Now, the panel indicated that the trial judge lost sight of the presumption of innocence until proven guilty, and indicated that the prosecution could not prove the charges, 78 of them, which are leveled against the former Maslow CEO. They could not prove it beyond reasonable doubt. This was the underlining factor for which reason she was discharged of all the charges leveled against her, and then essentially acquitted. So as we speak now, Tamaklo Ationu is a free person, Johnny.
What was the mood in court?
So basically, Sedna herself, she was absent. The party's president was just the lead prosecutor who was in the matter, Hilda Craig, and then Sedna's lawyer, the name Enoch Stegbe. He was the lead counsel in the matter. So it was just them over there. So once the panel read the judgment, it was basically quiet, but I could see a sense of relief in the face of Sedna's lawyer. On the part of the prosecution, however, I observed that the prosecutor in the matter seemed to be in disagreement with what the judge was reading, because at some point I saw her shaking her head, obviously not agreeing with some portions of what the panel was reading, Johnny.
Now, was Sedina in court herself?
Sedina is absent. He did not come to court. We're actually outside even before the case was called to see if she'd be brought by the prison officers, but she's been absent. There's no sign of her around here at the Court of Appeal.
So is this supposed to take immediate effect?
Well, largely, because the panel indicated that this was a 94-page judgment, but they just read some excerpts of it and indicated that she has been acquitted and discharged. The full reason will be out by close of day, but largely we are expecting it to take immediate effect because she has been acquitted and discharged. So we expect that that order will be carried out immediately.
The prosecution, what did they have to say after this ruling by the appeal court?
Well, once the judgment was done, the lead prosecutor in the matter, Hilda Craig, she just stood up to indicate that they are well guided by the judgment which has been given by the court, and there was no other words to add, and so that was it. It's a matter of abiding or obliging by what the Court of Appeal had indicated.
Thank you, Lord Edwasari. We're grateful for your time and for the updates. Great. That's Lord Edwasari, is our court correspondent, reporting from the Court of Appeal, where the former Maslog boss, Sedina Ationu Tamaklo, has been left off the hook, acquitted and discharged. We know that now because the court insists that she should not have been prosecuted in the first place. Well, that's what we know. I don't know what you think, but you can always join us on our WhatsApp line. Well, we are live on 053-220-0927. That's 053-220-0927. And the first comment that has come in, Kwame Fire, Sampa Valley, says, what an interesting country. If Sedinam Tamaklo is freed, then it's just a matter of time for people who are being charged under this government to also be freed, regardless of what a court of competent jurisdiction rules. If Sedinam Tamaklo Ationu is freed, then it's just a matter of time for people who are being charged under this government to also be freed, regardless of what a court of competent jurisdiction rules. Well, in this case, it's a court of competent jurisdiction that says she shouldn't have been brought there in the first place. The entire confusion stems from the NPP-led government, making we, the citizens, think the OSP was independent, but on paper, it was never. That's speaking to kudjoe and the Ledger of Facts. So many institutions institutions fighting the same corruption. Now they are trying to bring internal election of various political parties also on the neck of the state. We are not misusing, are we not misusing our money in this country? Good morning, Johnny and your team. This is Ben from New Achimota. Teacher Ben, good morning to you. Interesting, is it not? Hey.
Free flight from Nevada to Navrongo.
Yeah. Charlie,
no, you see, these things, to contest them, you have to contest it technically, because it is a matter that is coming out of a higher court or a superior court. So if anybody wants to say something, it may be your wishful thinking, or you would use your emotions to speak to the matter. But if the Court of Appeal has identified that there was something bereft of the decision by the High Court, then of course it's on technicalities. But the law courts do not deal with the truth.
But how does this, answer the conundrum of people who think that we are treating corruption with kids' gloves?
Justice must not only be done, it must be seen to be done.
Absolutely, but I am saying...
Does it look like it has been done?
For me, it is a technical matter. The law doesn't believe in the truth. The law believes in facts and evidence, not the truth. So we all know the truth, or we may know the truth.
Facts or evidence.
But if you don't produce the evidence and back it with the facts, then so be it. So they are saying that you didn't prove what you put on paper, that this person did A, B, C, D, E, and G. So you couldn't have convicted the person on that, which is a simple thing. So if you have any proof of evidence, you can provide it and go back to seek a review of what the Court of Appeal has done. So that is what I'm saying. So if you want to use your emotions, you see that, but she did A, B, C, D, 78 count, 78 count. She did A, B, C, D, E because of an audit that was done.
And there were two. So I keep going back, Mawuena. I don't know. I should have asked them, or maybe the appeal was just done on behalf of Sedina. But Mr. Axim, I should have asked about him.
Yes.
I'm interested in what has become
So Daniel Axim has been on bail pending appeal.
Okay.
What this could effectively mean is that if Sedina has been acquitted and discharged, he's a co-conspirator in the claim. It presupposes those that will apply to him as well, right? And so I've been spending the last few minutes trying to skim through the decision of the High Court by Justice Ifiasa Boche in arriving at the conviction, right? And I have that. I'll share with you, Kay. I have the High Court ruling here with me. I'll drop it on our page, so that we all can skim through and also ask ourselves whether the evidence and then the burden of proof, which was to be discharged by the prosecution, had been properly discharged. So I've shared it on the page. So early days yet, but very surprising the manner in which things have gone. But again, I will lean greatly into what Patrice says, that evidence and facts is what will be presented before the court. That's why I'm holding myself. And Lord mentions that the decision, the 94-page decision, will be out by close of day today. It will help us appreciate, because once you have that and you have the High Court ruling by Justice Ifiasa Boche, you can put it side by side and ask yourself if indeed the prosecution discharged the duty on them to prove beyond reasonable doubts that indeed Sedina appropriated 500,000, 84,000, and all of the monies put together constituting millions of dollars. If that is the case, because there's some Obatampa in it who said there was too much, the interest on the loan was too much, and so they returned the money. After they returned the money, the claim is that Sedina wrote and signed acknowledging receipt of the money, but the money was misappropriated. They could not find it when an audit was conducted by the new administration then, which was the Akufo-Addo administration. So prosecution's task is to lead evidence that indeed the money came to you, you misappropriated it, and all of the other elements. You have to prove, when you say someone has stolen, you have to prove the element of what stealing is.
Right.
And then once you do that,
That the
case
person
is done.
took something that did not belong to him or her.
Right? And so once you prove that, then it's done.
But if the prosecution couldn't do that according to the court of appeal, why was it not then tried in absentia?
You see, that is what happens when it comes to the law. It depends on who is sitting. They say the law is
in the bosom of the judge,
exactly.
right?
So the judge will decide. And let us not kid ourselves. The way we have progressed as a country, we allow people to take partisan positions. So it is just possible that that judge was seeing the things from partisan, just possible. So would have forfeited all these other things that she should have taken into consideration. Because sometimes when you walk the path of, okay, what she has done is so grave, there's an audited account that indicates that this amount of money, away, let her go. But someone will be like, okay, I'm looking at it thoroughly to find out whether or not what the basis on which you convicted the person was sound and founded on the grounds of law. That is what it means.
Right.
Was it sound and grounded on law? What you did, was it
grounded
in
law?
If it was not grounded on law or in law, then it will be said to be null and void.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, we're trying to work the phone lines to get some legal luminaries to engage on this matter, because then I'm sure that even the legal fraternity will be torn between those who want Sedinam behind bars and those who wanted to be free.
Yes.
As free as a bird.
With all due respect, they cannot be torn unless
lawyers
they
have always taken different positions.
Unless you see the written outcome of what the judge, what the Court of Appeal said, unless you see it and read it and then run it in tandem with what what's the name, the High Court also convicted her of, then you would have to marry both and see whether or not they are making sense. What I want people to understand is that the Court of Appeal is not acting based on emotions. They are acting based on facts presented to them.
The grounds of appeal.
And the basis upon which somebody is convicted. So if they read through and realize that point A, you said there was supposed to have been a conviction based on this proof, they are like, where is it? It didn't show up in your presentation. So null and void, we strike it out. So it is not that the person did not steal, but the proof of evidence that the person stole was not stated therein. That is what the law. So no lawyer can be any lawyer who comes against it would be a liar.
Right.
A liar meaning that the judgment has not come out yet. The written judgment has not come out to come out tomorrow.
The full
or by
reasoning.
close of day. Exactly. So if you don't see that and juxtapose it to what the High Court, her ladyship, put out there early on, then you can't say that you are for or against. It's a technical matter. It's a technical matter. That is all. It's a technical matter.
It's a technical matter indeed.
Yes, it's a technical matter.
The decision of the Court of Appeal. Counsel, good morning. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. Hope you are doing well.
I am greater than Accra. What do you think of the Court of Appeal's decision to free, acquit and discharge Sedina Ationu?
In fact, this decision is interesting. It's an interesting one. I must confess, because it is one that, if you are to keenly assess the decision, you tend to ask certain basic questions. First of all, it has to do with whether or not the prosecution of Sedina Tamaklo was a partisan decision or a decision made in the interest of the country or the national interest. And again, you want to find out whether or not it was an attempt to execute a political vendetta, or it was an attempt to bring justice to a system that has been corrupt. So it's an interesting decision. And let me be frank with you, I don't see this decision being appealed against. I don't see the Attorney General appealing against this decision.
Right.
And my conclusion is based on the fact that we know what this Attorney General has done. Since he assumed office, he has entered a string of knowledge prosecutor in key cases affecting some leading members
The best in the morning.
governing National Democratic Congress. So I don't see him, in fact, appealing against the decision. It will be a decision that will stand, and it will stand. It will stand not being appealed against, and she will walk free. But I'm just asking myself whether or not there is no merit. But like I pointed out, I'm yet to see the full complement of the decision to look at.
Do you get a sense? Do you get a sense that Sedina was brought in to be freed?
In fact, the thing is that ordinarily, don't forget, ordinarily Sedina Tamaklo herself would not have availed herself to the country or in the country, because her presence in the country was solely because of the extradition process. And that is a process which was not started by this regime, or it was not started by this government. So I wouldn't say she was brought into the country to be vindicated, but I would say that the system has been made in such a way that she could stand vindicated. But if the judges, the three judges, which we call the three wise men, believe that there is no merit to the charges, and that the prosecution did not do its work well, or did not do its work well, then it means that the merits key interrogation. So we need to look at the decision and they still why they make or they arrive at this conclusion. But it's an interesting decision, one that would be talked about for some years.
I see. Now, some are suggesting that this could signal a leeway for Chairman Woon to me. Possibly if Mr. Ken Oforiatta is brought back, it could also signal a leeway, bring them back and free them. And Esther Corey and all those others. What do you say to that?
In fact, the fear
The best
may
in the
be
morning
displaced because see, every case has a peculiar fact, and they are all not the same. And if we are to say that this will open the floodgate for others who have been similarly convicted and sentenced to come into the country and be free, is to say that the judges do not look at the merits of the matters. I am convinced that the judges have a duty, and that duty must be discharged irrespective of whether you belong to party A or party B. So I'm rather inclined to say that depending on the facts of the case and the application of the law by the trial judge, if the three wise men, and again, if the Supreme Court, that is if it rises up to the Supreme Court, if the Supreme Court feels that the law was not really applied, was not applied properly or in its proper perspective, they have the duty to affect the decision. So I don't want us to create that overarching or general conclusion as to say that the floodgate will be open and those who have been similarly convicted and sentenced may be acquitted and discharged. I'm convinced that the judges will look at the facts and they look at whether or not the law was duly applied. And if they feel there's disconnect, they have the duty carved out by the Constitution to upset whatever decision made by a trial judge.
I see. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Bracco Powers, for your time this morning. We're grateful for your legal perspectives. Are we setting the right tone?
Well, not necessarily the right tone, because like I said, the law is not about the truth. So nobody should expect that truth will prevail in any court.
But where the majority of the citizens believe.
That is your belief. But you can't prove, like I said, if you walked out of a room and we walked back in and realized that your partner was dead.
Lying down lifeless.
Exactly. Everybody will point fingers, accusing fingers, because you were the last person to have entered that room or walked out of that room.
Right.
Now, we need to prove whether or not you were the one who caused the death of your partner. If we can't prove it, we can't see fingerprints on anything, we can't find anything associated with the murder, you would walk free. Much as you were the one who would have committed it.
Right.
Everybody would have seen that in the morning. There was a scuffle every time you've been quarreling and fighting and all that. But we are not basing it on that.
In this particular case, there was a forensic audit that was conducted. I think it costs about 1.9 million cedis or so.
So that is another thing. We need to question that, because if you see, my point is that the Court of Appeal didn't operate not on technical grounds. They are saying you accused Johnny of carrying out a Dell equipment, HP machine, and so on and so forth. But it wasn't intended, it was not evident, there was nothing to prove that he stole them. There was nothing. So if you are saying, oh, we heard you stole the computer, you took the headphones, and you took the microphone, so we are jailing you, they're like, what is the evidence? Was it proving, oh yes, it was taken to this, is that we saw the evidence, the HP, the Dell, the microphone, and all that, then fine. Court of Appeal is saying that whatever the prosecution claimed to have tendered in was not there. We didn't find it in there. So on what basis would you conclude that the person was taken out? Now you're introducing something that forensic audit was done, and we paid heavily for that.
That's right.
So now if we paid for that forensic audit, where is the result of the forensic audit?
What was the need for that forensic audit?
Even if it was done, where is the result that should have been tendered in to support the prosecution's position?
Right.
So it's a technical matter, not a social friendly matter.
Right. Here's what I'm going to say, because I've been spending some time trying to go through the High Court decision.
The 79-page document.
Yes, of the High Court, right? Of the High Court. Yes, I dropped it.
That's Efiasare
Botche's ruling. And so what I am gleaning from it preliminary, right, in terms of my comment, will suggest that the absence of Sedina Tamaklo in the hearing could have also played a part in arriving at the decision by the court.
By which court?
By the High Court. Here's why.
Well, she was given a platform to be heard, and she chose not to be available to be heard.
Yes, because in some of the instances, for instance, where in excess of 1.7 million cedis was withdrawn for sensitization and workshop programs across the country.
Right.
What is per the judgment is that there was no evidence of the work done.
Right.
But the accused, who was A1, was not available to provide evidence that the work actually was done. You understand? And so on that basis, the court arrived at a decision that if you say you use 1.7 million to do something and it's not there, the evidence of the work done, we go to the regions, the regional persons who are supposed to supervise the sensitization and whatever workshop which should have happened, say they did not see it happen.
Right.
Then where was the activity? And so I'm also saying that as to whether that is enough basis to arrive at the fact that it then supposed that beyond reasonable doubt was not reached. Again, we will have to see what the Court of Appeal decision is. Then we contrast it with the conclusions which were arrived at by Justice Efiasare Botche in relation to when the case was heard at the High Court. Because let me look at perhaps
whilst you're looking at it,
providing a bit more in terms of
let
details,
me play the devil's advocate here. So you are saying that a certain amount of money was voted for certain sensitization and public seminar and so on and so forth.
That's right.
Prosecution should be able to say that you stated that on the 3rd of May it happened at this hall, that hall. Persons A, B, C, D were the ones who fronted it.
Or did not attend.
Yes.
Or there was nothing of such.
If the prosecution is able to prove that Mansa said 3rd of April, they were all at work. They never went to this hotel or this seminar or this conference to do it. Then they can prove with written evidence that they were logged in the office at this time. So they could have proven it. But the fact that they couldn't prove that such did not happen, much as the monies also cannot be accounted for, there is a gap. There is a gap. Otherwise, it is in a right. I mean, on what basis? So the prosecution, that is why they say when the onus is on you to prove it, you must prove it.
But
otherwise, don't
here's an element, right? So in relation to that amount for sensitization in some workshops, Justice Efia Sarabotwe in a ruling says, in these circumstances where money was obtained for the purpose of sensitization and monitoring programs, which the prosecution denies having taken place, the burden will be on the accused who obtained the money to prove the positive that the funds were used for their intended purpose. Then I'll skip, she provides a bit more in terms of legal authority, right, to back that decision. Then she says that in the circumstances, the burden will be on the accused persons who assert positively that the monies were used for their intended purposes and who, per the case of the prosecution, were supposed to have applied the funds to sensitization and monitoring programs, which the prosecution says there is no evidence of that they did, to prove or at least show enough evidence to raise a reasonable doubt by what they assert. She provides a bit more in terms of a legal basis. Then she goes on to say that the unfortunate truth in case also is that although both accused persons allege that the sensitization workshops took place, there is no evidence of such occurrence. A1 said in Atamagulu in her statement, especially Exhibit AM, claimed that the funds collected were applied for the purpose for which they were disbursed, but there is no evidence to back her claims. The evidence before the court is that there was board approval of the sum of 1.7 million for sensitization of 85,300 persons would be beneficiaries. Each beneficiary was to receive 20 cedis towards TNT and refreshment, yet there is not even one photograph